And we're live. Hello, folks. Alright, let's see if I got this hooked up correctly today. Well, I'm not going deaf from in-game sounds, so I got my side set up correctly.
Huh?
Hey, little Cola. Your real life inspiration is running a little sick today.
I can finally think straight.
What is this ghoul doing? He's having a little one-man dance party there. Volume is good. Thanks, thank you, Jason.
Huh?
Okay, now I need to check something. I remember last, I think it was during the bug fix stream. We had a, I had found a save with an infinite loop, and I think I fixed it, but I'm curious if it will get cleaned up in my save or not. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. So let's see. We'll do a little. We'll start off stream with a little bit of bug fixing before we get started at 9. Because today we're gonna build a lot of farms. I am on a mission to fix my resources so that I can move. Oh, we got all sorts of stuff going on here. So we can move confidently through the rest of HQ stuff. So there's our crafting lab script. Crafting lab. And there were 2 last time, so that's a good sign. So 1 cleaned itself up. So 1 cleaned up. That's good.
Yeah.
IRL Cola is just having, I think, suffering from too much food from kiddos because we're trying to like teach our kids, you know, how to be helpful around the house with chores, and then like also how to save by giving them a little bit of allowance, really little small amounts because they're 3 and 5, so can't give them too much money. So we have like a chore chart, and one of the chores they can do is feed the dog, and I think that's an easy one they just keep doing over and over again. So I think the dog has just had like 6 bowls of food today, and so he's sick from that. So probably a happy sick. Let's see here. Oh, that's right. I'm gonna run away from the settlement for now because I know Monty is about to chase me down and give me the next little bit for the quest, which I'll wait to do until 9 when we're with everybody. So for now, what should we go move forward on? I guess we can go try our luck with the Ron again. See if we happen to have unlocked anybody while we're waiting for 9 o'clock to hit. Haven't really caught a live stream lately due to them starting at 3 a.m. my time. Holy cow, that's late. Yeah. Enjoyed watching them keep up the awesome work. Yeah, I hope to keep them up. I've got, in my head now, I've got 2 more playthroughs planned, even before Chapter 3, or maybe 1 will come during Chapter 3. One might be part of Chapter 3, but I got a lot more stuff I want to do beyond this playthrough. This one now I'm just like committed to. I want to show you guys the ending, but I also want to, there's a few more things in HQ I want to show off. And I want to get the place like full up so we can see what it looks like when it's all decked out, and then we'll probably start another playthrough because I want to do one playthrough. I think I talked about this briefly. I want to do a playthrough where it's like hardcore mode, where I turn on all the options and we see just like how insanely difficult it is. But I don't think that should be the next one because I think I want to do like a the opposite, is do like an easy mode one, just to show people what it looks like if you turn all the settings way down, because that one will go much quicker, and that way anybody who watches my Let's Plays and are like thinking about getting into SS2 will have like you know, be able to see the 3 kind of extremes. You know, like the middle of the road is what we're playing now, which is like based on almost all default settings what we're playing with. And then if I had one with this extreme easy and then one with extreme hard, then people could kind of have a playthrough to watch before they pick their poison. So it might help, because I think I read a lot of comments and stuff where folks are maybe complaining about something, or they are saying something about the mod that I'm like, well, that's not true, or I know there's a way to change that. Or I think a lot of folks don't realize how deep the option pool goes in SS2. So I think it'd be a good idea to show off some of that stuff. So yeah, live stream hopefully is going to go for a long time.
Hello to you.
My kids try to exploit the system like real gamers. Yeah, this is how much game making is in my blood. The chore chart looks like a board game. Like it just like happened. Like as I started drawing it, and so we're gonna turn everything into a game in my house.
Did it just get cooler in here?
Hi.
Come on, Rod.
A little
Not
knowledge
responding?
can be a profitable thing.
Let's try
Any
and find
idea
yourself.
where I can find someone?
Looking for talent, are we? What kind of attributes you in the market for?
I'm looking for someone.
Hello, folks. Josh Parkinson, thank you as always. Thank you, and the team still loving the mod. Question: I'm playing on component difficulty with all constants. I'm running into a problem with cloth. Yeah, you will run into a problem with a lot of resources. That is extreme mode. Having that full blown on, that's what I was talking about. I want to do a playthrough with that too one time, just so I can see where all the pain points are. The easiest solution to your woes is to just go find the stuff yourself and donate, which could be a boon because it'll keep you enjoying the rest of the game too. So you're actually out doing the full loop. I know it's real easy to get sucked into the Sim Settlements system and never play the rest of the game because we've got so many options, which is cool, but there's a whole other world to grab stuff. But the real way you solve your issues is you got to get into conversion plots when you're playing on that difficulty. So a lot of the conversion plots you will unlock by making heavy use of the Mark 1 beacons, and the Mark 1 beacons will also get you large amounts of resources to kind of help you through those tough points too. So it's kind of like a married system there. The Mark 1 beacons can get pretty crazy amounts of resources. In fact, I should start using them just to get some of the resources I need for HQ because they're really handy. We'll try them all.
Strong.
Sorry, but the town.
Come on, Ron.
Hey, good to see you again, Cool Cat. Here to buy or here to sell?
Chris Peterson. I don't remember which one your question was. I haven't checked my messages again in
Any
a couple
idea
of
where I
days.
can find someone?
Looking for talent,
It
are we?
still increased my
What
IO
kind of
count.
attributes you in the market for?
I'm looking for someone.
Oh, you're talking about for the ESP SL? Yeah, I don't understand how that stuff works. I just did what I was told to make
Say
it.
no
Hey, cool,
more.
we got one.
This is who you're looking
I just
for.
did what I was
Come
told
back
would
again.
work for
Oh, yeah.
Flag ESP. So if it didn't work for you, there are tutorials on how you can turn any mod into one that will work. So I don't know anything about your mod manager or any of that stuff. So if you want to go look one of those up, I'm sure somebody here could like point you to one. Where but it is absolutely possible that mod can absolutely be made in ESL. I just made it like you could probably just rename it from ESP to .ESL, to be honest with you, because I did set the header flag, so it should be good. All right, well, we're not going to chase that person down yet because I want to wait till 9 o'clock when the stream starts. But yeah, Chris, try just renaming the file. Just rename the .ESP to .ESL and see if that works. With the new version, I patched it. So like the first version I released, it was not correctly flagged as an ESL, and then I apparently had 2 copies on my computer and uploaded the wrong one. So if you download it again, it should be, and then just rename it to .ESL. Hopefully that'll work for your whatever's going on. Loot detector works too, automatically sends junk to the workshops. Yeah, you could use more mods to solve your junk problem too. I assume they're trying to solve it with just SS2. But yeah, there's lots of options you could do. You could also just cheat. That's sometimes what I do, and I'm just like, yeah, I don't want to wait to find more of this resource. But I think most of you guys who like to play on like the hardcore difficulties, you want the challenge, so presumably you don't want to cheat. I don't really have anything in plan. Let's find the brewing machine. We're just trying to, oh, of course, you can't, I always forget, cannot fast travel from the Ron's place. Just trying to get us to 9 o'clock, make sure I don't get all the gameplay in before people are actually here. Beebs, hey, sorry I'm late. Ralph Ellisher, Brannigan are nude. Oh, darn. Again. We'll solve all these naked NPCs. There were a couple more in the list I saw on that forum people were posting about. One person claimed every NPC was nude, and I was like, I think that's suspect, but that's why I suggested to you test without extended too. Wonder if maybe we did something silly with that. But I think the next step me and you got to do, Beebs, is look at our, compare our file directories. So because we were having so much trouble with those merges, I never took your directory as gospel because I was just like, it's been too many times we've patched and it's been buggy. So I've been really afraid to do that, so I still have. I'm sure I have an entirely different looking master directory than you do. So I think what we probably have to do is like put it all up on, put all of our stuff together on a Google Drive, and then sort it out from there. And like I'm okay with extra files. I just don't want missing files. Whoa, whoa! I guess fighting with the Vitamatic there. Good work, dog meat. Good work. Hold him down. That was a little too close for that, but trying to get this weapon. Get him, doggo. There we go. Ooh, what did he have there? Never-ending hardened sniper rifle. And a whole lot of ammo. Somebody else still alive out here? Oh, everybody's above us. Okay. That looks like an enemy turret I can shoot. For those free XPs. Oh, and we got some guys. Hello. Bye-bye. Anybody else? Hey, buddy. Oh, get out of here. No. Oh, there's fire alerts everywhere. Go fight the raiders. Leave me alone. Yeah, go fight them.
Where'd that little fucker go?
Where's that coming from? Oh, dog meat. I heard the squeal. It's okay, buddy. You know, I don't think we've had any like real combat in quite a few episodes. Oh, I'm coming, bud. Get off my dog. I gotcha. Oh, too late on the stim pack. I tried real hard, dog meat. Is there a mod out there? I feel like this would be a mod, or probably part of a mod that prevents your companions from auto healing. Like that would feel I would just enjoy that as a gameplay mechanic to have to like rush in and save them. That would feel pretty good. Okay, oh there I am. Shamrock Tap House. This is going to end up taking way longer than I expected. So we're going to start off the 9 o'clock kickoff not doing settlement stuff. We're going to be in here still rescuing Buddy. Beebs, I'm sending you a fix for the vanilla non-uniques and one nude fix. Well, sometimes during the stream so you can merge that whenever. Okay, cool. Yeah, I got quite a load of merges piling up on my desk I need to do. Hopefully I'll have time tomorrow. Hey, I hear you guys got a beer robot for me. Anybody home?
Here come the
Oh, that is a
I think this asshole.
dead, tortured settler. Dog meat.
Here come the fireworks.
Oh god. We just did the same thing, throw them at each other. Bullet sponge, holy cow. Oh, I'll probably go for some pennies. Where are you, dog? Oh, I gotcha.
Over here.
Oh, that's satisfying. One shot, one kill. That's what we like to see. Lit cigarette, take. That'd be it. That would that would have been like a. It's kind of weird to say this, and maybe it's just like the when I grew up. I don't know. Is it still cool in films when people smoke? I know that's how it always was portrayed in old movies and stuff. So it still has angst. Like I just wanted to see my character like grab the cigarette and take a hit right there. That would have been like a cool moment. But I wonder if now that would be like if people are so anti-smoking that would have the opposite effect.
Lock's really strong.
Like I feel like more people are more accepting of folks smoking weed than there are of them smoking cigarettes anymore.
Sweet.
So bizarre from how it was when I grew up. Probably more bizarre people for like my parents' generation.
Fucking hide from me.
Oh, right here. Okay, I think we did it. Oh, we beat 9 o'clock too. All right, now we're just gonna make it. Ooh, ooh, ooh! I saw the magic stuff. Oh, I forgot about Jet. I haven't used Jet in a while. What am I even doing? Okay, oh, it looks like we have some junk we need apparently. Ah, here we go. There's our guy. Whoa! Oh god, did not see the fire on the ground, or the oil slick on the ground. Yeah, come on, walk through the fire. Thank you. You too. No? Okay. Alright.
No way I'm cracking this.
Oh. Is there a passcode around here? I feel like you could just always find the passcodes in this game. That was one of the things that I was not super happy about with this game when I played it. Was like, oh, if you just look around, you always find the passwords. And I'm sure people who don't like the hacking minigame were happy with it. And let's see if I can find the password around here now. But now that I'm not playing with Hacker, now I can't complete the quest without it, so that's a bummer.
Can't break the code.
Maybe I gotta bring a companion here. Who's the hacker companion? Is it Nick? Sure. Okay, 9 o'clock. Well, welcome to the stream, folks. For those of you guys who are new, a little bit about how I stream. So I tend to kind of laser focus on the game, unless I'm in a load screen or we're listening to an NPC talk. And otherwise, I'll just kind of talk ears off about whatever I'm doing, try to give you guys background information in the game and how the mod works and stuff, maybe tell you some stories about development. But we are most of the way through Chapter 2, and I'm focusing today on fixing all my settlements, because we kind of powered through story content during this playthrough, and now that we're at HQ, now we need all our settlements in order so that we can get to the high-level unlocks, which will be necessary to fund HQ with all of its needs. If you want to get my attention, make sure you include @KingGath in your message. I won't necessarily catch them all until the end of the stream. Once we get to about 10:30, so like about an hour and a half, then I'll kind of switch gears and focus more on you guys than the game. But for now, I am focused mostly on the game. Right now, I was just trying to finish a vanilla quest, because I know some of these vanilla quests will unlock more NPCs. So I've been trying to do all of our side character settlers, and I think I've done about, I don't know, 60 or 70% of them that I managed to recruit. And now we're trying to get the last handful, which mostly require vanilla questing to be done. So I'm doing that. And then we're going to go work on our settlements. I've been trying to find, maybe one of you guys knows offhand where I can find the password for this terminal. So I don't have to waste my time hunting around, because now I'm down here. Now I want to finish this. I feel like it's got to be in here somewhere. They always put the passwords and the keys to everything in here if you look hard enough. What is blinking red? That must be a light on the other side of the wall. Ah, yeah, it's just that. Okay. Wait, I wonder if it's up here. Do I have to do some, like... Is this it? Yep, there it is. That's probably what you guys are saying in chat while I'm not paying attention. In fact, that's why they put the blinking light there. They want to draw your attention to it, because they're pretty good level designers over at Bethesda. Let's see here. I'm going to read some chat while we're waiting for this thing to do its thing, because I know Buddy's nice and slow. Deep Dive Gaming. I walk the line between the immersive and practicality of my playthroughs. I'll run components and try to refrain from cheating, and only purchase materials when absolutely needed.
Operational subroutines.
Hey, buddy.
Startup sequence complete.
Dispensing
sample for approval.
Buster, don't you love the NPC's health going back to full just as they're about to die? Yeah.
The testing
It's the old bullet sponginess. Not great. Not great.
Cold and refreshing. Do you know how long it's been since I had cold beer?
Very good. I appear to be operating at an optimal level. Shall we commence delivery to the Hotel Rexford?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Beginning transit operations
Okay.
to
Let's escort
Hotel
the
Rexford.
beer bot. Now, I think in our original like notes, it was supposed to be that you have to take Buddy back to Hotel Rexford to satisfy one of the quest conditions to unlock the character Benny Strong. But I think people have told me that that's not the case, that you just have to finish the quest. And if that's the case, that's okay. It'll be one of those things I won't fix because, you know, I get why people want to steal Buddy the beer bot. It's a fun settler to have. Braytuck, I found a glitch bug when you come out of Vault 81 after recruiting Mansfield HQ. Jake contacts you, the dialogue doesn't progress. Going back in the cave, coming out again fixes it. Interesting. I thought I had that fixed for this latest patch because we did a ton of testing with HQ Radio, and that was one of the points where I had to test over and over again. The other thing you can do besides going back in and coming back out is you should be right away. It's supposed to hand you, at least with the new patch. I don't know when you tested it. It should be handing you the HQ radio silently in your inventory at that moment when he contacts you, so you should be able to just activate it and call him back. But yeah, I don't know. I know we tested that quite extensively, so it's weird that there's more reports coming in on those stalling. But I mean, some of those issues I was certain were probably related to there's just so much going on in people's games that it's hard to account for everything. So it could have been not necessarily a mod conflict, but maybe like a save state conflict. I don't know. Or maybe there's maybe I released the wrong stuff like I did with the patch. Like I accidentally released the wrong version of the DLC patch. Oscar Fire, when you do the very hard SS2 playthrough, I suggest you add the mod called Sim Settlements 2 Jake is Killable. Why would I do that? I don't want to kill Jake. Or are you saying I gotta protect him then? Because the problem with that is then, like, because the quest can't go on without him, then I would have to save scum all the time, and that's not fun. Make sure you get the beer recipe from behind the bar. Oops. Oh well. Well, I'm not keeping him anyway, so not a big deal. I like, you know, Quester, I like Jet more than beer. Bit older, born in the 90s. Smoking is still cool and in literature considered a symbol of power. Interesting. But is that like in the sense that like do they have the villain do it now instead of like it used to be always like the bad boy, right? It was always like the rule breaker where they would always have smoking a cigarette. And usually they would do it, they would make it wasn't just smoking a cigarette, it was always like doing it somewhere you weren't supposed to, which nowadays is nowhere. Like no one wants you to smoke anywhere. It's always funny watching, and no offense to anybody who smokes. I grew up around smokers. I had no problem with people who smoke. But every time I see folks smoking outside, it feels like they're like the outcasts. Like it feels like they've been forced outside. Especially when I remember when restaurants all started banning smoking, which was, and bars. It was like, this is so bizarre. It was like their last bastion in the winter was taken away. I was like, oh man, I just felt bad. Like my father's been a lifelong smoker, so to me it's just something people do. It's like, don't consider it something worthy of outcastness, but it's certainly what it looks like when you see people outside in the winter smoking. Come on. Where are all of your suicider buddies? It's one of my favorite mini games. Oh wait, do I gotta protect him? I just realized I might have to protect him. Alright, where's the last one? I heard him. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Get away, buddy. Get away.
Do not be alarmed. An order will be restored.
Oh, I guess I should heal up here. Leave my robot alone.
Law and order has prevailed.
There we go. Jason Locrans, thank you for the donation. Nothing to read, just want to support you and the team. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I guess I forgot that little part of my startup spiel. Anybody who, again, new to the stream, if you're looking to support the mod, anytime people send super chats, I just toss that into our pool to cover expenses for the mod. So if you're looking to help out the mod and you want me to read a message for sure, that's the way to do it. I can't tell if that's enough is this I feel like this is not enough shotgun shells to have. I feel like I need like a minimum of, if I have less than 200, then I'm short. Because you never know when I'm going to have to just unload 40 into one raider. Both because of bullet sponginess and because I have terrible aim. Okay, yeah, you guys were all telling me about where the password is in there. El Trulo, what is your favorite beer? I don't know. I haven't been much of a drinker in a long time. I used to love drinking all sorts of different beer. I think the last one I remember being like a favorite was Two Hearted, which is, or was it Two Hearted or Two Headed? It was like it had a fish on it. Some brewery in Michigan. That used to be one of my jams. Also a big fan of Zombie Dust from Three Floyds. That stuff's insane. So good. But I do not drink on the regular. In fact, I'd say ever since I had kids, I drink like maybe 2 or 3 times a year. And just I don't have time for hangovers anymore. And something happened after 30 where like any amount of alcohol I drink guarantees me a hangover. So that made it a lot less fun. And you know, the old hair of the dog that bit you will cure you in the morning. Not a good idea when you're in charge of toddlers. Not a good combo. Whoa. You're a bullet sponge too? Is that where we're at in my playthrough? Am I gotten a high enough level where everything's going to be a bullet sponge now? What level am I? And how many level ups have I failed to use? 37. That's getting pretty high. I think the leveled lists in this game, for the base game, I think cap out at 50, I want to say. And then I think in the DLC they go up a bit higher than that. Well, that was a creepy ass laugh. What was that? That was vanilla. We're not using any. That's not any of our characters. Oh, you know what? I just realized. How far are we? Is that right there? Is that the? I feel like we're getting close to the tower. Where's the Dartmouth? Is it that one? Or is it that one? I think it's that one. Where we could trigger the falling man sequence. Oscar Fry, you wouldn't have the save scum. You would have to be smart with your fights, carry lots of stimpaks, and you said mod for the immersion. Yeah, but again, if Jake dies, then I either save scum or I have to like play real hardcore mode and just start over. Is what I'm getting at. If he's killable. Use of deadly force. Or I have to commit to like, oh, I guess I can't complete the quest anymore, which would definitely not be the goal. Like permadeath mode, I don't know if I'm ready for permadeath mode. There's so many hours going to the games. Permadeath in a roguelite is one thing, but anybody else? Oh. Leave Buddy alone, please.
Bleed and die!
Your cooperation is requested.
Where is he? Ah, there he is. And my armor is really good. I can just kind of tank for this guy.
Suffer and bleed!
No. I want the third one.
Do not be alarmed. Order will be.
There we go.
Please stand by.
I forgot how long this quest takes. I'm glad escort quests aren't the regular. Daniel Moore, thank you for the donation. What's the best version of SS to start with? I've never played it before, but saw a review of it from Gopher's channel. I recommend people skip SS1 now and just go to SS2. The one exception would be if you want to try out the Conqueror storyline, because it's still in question whether we ever get to port it. But SS2 kind of is closer to the vision I've always had for some settlements. But if you don't enjoy questing, I know there's some people who are just like hardline, won't play quest mods. Like I think Oxhorn's one of those folks who just will not play story quest mods, only wants to play canon, which is fair. In that case, then SS2 is not going to really be for you probably out of the box because it's very designed to be played with the story. I mean, you can play it without, and like most of the content will unlock naturally just by playing with it. But I would recommend SS2. I think it's going to be, the code is a lot faster, it has a lot more features, and you'll be able to get support more easily for it actively because most players who actively play SS have switched to SS2. So I think most people would agree in general it's an improvement across the board. But SS1 should still work, and I've told anybody who has bugs with it, if they send me a, SS1 only save to with the issue, then I will happily fix and patch it. But so far, only one person's tried to take me up on it, and I wasn't able to replicate their issue. So I think it was they did have more mods in there. Anyway, yeah, definitely recommend SS2. Try that out, and even if you and I would keep and install Chapter 2 as well. So install them both because some of the way Chapter 1 plays out will change a little bit and add more content in on the way if you have Chapter 2 installed as well. Long quick saves, long auto saves when exiting the Pip-Boy. You're getting the same deep dive. I do not know. Let's see if I get one right now. Nope. I mean, there's all sort like the base game had like the long save thing can be caused by anything. Like I know, like I was shown what we did wrong to cause it in SS2, and we will never do that again. Like we learned our lesson. But just over time, like the longer you play the game, the more likely you're gonna have long saves.
Step up next time we get attacked.
Hey, I got your back. No worries.
Are you taking Buddy back to Rexford? Why? Because that's what he was asked to do. That's what I was asked to do. I'm delivering. I'm not going to be a scumbag. I told him I'd bring him to him.
Greetings, new friends. I am the
Or are you saying that I can just run ahead and not escort him? Is that what you're saying?
I am here to provide entertainment and
man,
ice
that's
cold
awesome.
libations.
I'm gonna store
Fine,
my
fine.
vodka
Just
in this
get
thing.
it set up over at the bar and out of my doorway.
Commencing normal operations.
Hey, Rufus.
Hey, thanks for your help. Buddy here is even better than I was hoping for. Here's your money.
All right. Thank you.
How's it going?
Not right now.
Sure.
So
See you around.
I think that's all we have to do to unlock. Wait, do we have to do his quest too?
It's you. Didn't I just see you? I got whiplash.
And there's two quests you got to do here, and then you
definitely try this
unlock Benny Strong. But I don't remember. Oh,
What's
Jet?
Jet?
I know what Jet is. Come on.
It's the best. It just hypercharges everything. Like you got the speed of 10 men in one inhaler.
I'll take a look. Sure.
You're gonna love this. Trust me.
He's got Jet for sale. And you can have a kneecapper sledgehammer and a mutant slayer's 44, and we will take the Jet. Thank you.
Greetings, buddy.
Okay, so now let's go see. I don't think Benny would appear right away. And I feel like there's a second quest I have to do here to unlock her. It's not just that one. But she's usually chilling right near some of these couches, I think. But she wouldn't have appeared immediately anyway, so it'll have to be next time I come back. Or the Ron will send us over to her. I feel like there's another quest we got to do here, but I can't really remember. Maybe if anybody remembers in chat, can you remind me? This is one of those things where it's just designed to be
I just clean up around here.
like a nice little late game thing to find if you're playing the whole game through. So All right, so we delivered Buddy. Again, hoping to trigger Benny Strong in the future, one of our side characters. And for now, we're gonna go back to my mission that was in the subject. So 20 minutes later, and we're ready to get started on that. Okay, so
Need a place to stay?
we're gonna go get our farm situation sorted. So I thought the first thing we would do is go find some of these settlements we have that we didn't do anything with, and let's build some city plans. And then we'll see, while we're done bouncing around, how much our population increased in some of these other places and see if we can take advantage of that. So let's look for some settlements we have that we did nothing with yet. So like Nordhagen. And I think we have we got a potential recruit. We got a lot of things to do. Check with Monty Phylon. Oh yeah, we're going to keep plenty busy today. This is great. And I think we have an old quest to help settlers, which we can finally do to get another settlement. So, and we can do the antenna upgrade project, but I think we were short on resources, and that's why I didn't do that. Here we go. Kill the ghouls at National Guard Training Center. We're going to run around, do a couple of side quests here so that we can get things moving. Green Top Nursery, is that one we don't have either that we were supposed to help folks with? It looks like it is. All right, so we're going to do some killing, and then we're going to do some farming. A nice combo. Daniel Moore, thank you for another donation. Was thinking of starting a fresh playthrough, just need to install Vortex. I still have the old Nexus installer. I miss the old Nexus installer. The old Nexus installer never destroyed any of my working files as a dev. Well, stupid Vortex. I mean, it was my fault. I was not paying attention when I did a profile switch, but I've since sworn off of mod managers while I'm developing. Like I'm sure if I do like a proper playthrough with a bunch of mods, like I'm pretty sure next playthrough I am going to bare minimum I'm going to install add-on packs. But so far I'm playing pretty much mod free, other than stuff I'm in charge of, because I want to get lots of really good bug reports from this playthrough. It's been really helpful. I would say every patch there's been 5 or 6 bugs that got fixed because of this playthrough. So. All right, let's head on in here. So hey, have you ever played in component mode? I mean, only to test things. I've never like done a proper playthrough of it. No, but that's one of the things I want to do, because I know that there are some intentional pain points. Like lead was designed as it is, and it's one of those things where we know a solution is coming in 3.0, and in the meantime, you've got to take advantage of all the conversion plots. We got a sneaker here, but I'm betting there are other pain points. Like one of the pain points that investigate the battle site. What? Oh, interesting. I don't remember this. Oh, and we accidentally found the distress pulsar. I know some people. One feedback point I got from a couple people was that you easily run out of wood with that, which is an interesting one that I hadn't thought of. That would be a problem because it's such a cheap resource. But when you need so much of it, it can become a problem. All right, we might as well listen to this holotape. What was the? I already forgot the name of it though. I didn't even know I had this quest, or what the heck the name of it was. Return to Cambridge Station, so it can't be that. Or maybe that was like a... Here it is, listen to that. Night Aslan's. There we go.
Nightera Aslan, Brotherhood of Steel, Recon Team 429 Alpha, serial number 3431. It's been 3 hours since I set my distress pulsar. There's been no word from the Paladin or Ferris. Their objective was a satellite array on the coast. They may be out of range.
So much loot in here. This is
my
great.
orders were to hold this position at all costs.
Don't trust you. Oh, I called it.
Paladin brand is Sir.
Time slows down for a moment when
It's been an
chambering
honor,
final round.
sir.
I gotta remember the Voltec lunchbox explosion. I gotta remember to use that. So I think I've talked about this on stream already, but there's if you talk to Lupe after the Comrade is unveiled, she talks about, did you like the celebration? And that was because it was always the intention to have confetti pop over top of it as well, and it was like as if Lupe had set up like a little celebration to unveil the Comrade. And I never bothered to set that up because I thought it was distracting from the cool moment of the lights flicking on and the thing coming on, because we didn't have when when it was planned on paper, like to have the confetti and stuff, we didn't know we were gonna have this like cool animation sequence. But then once Sebo got a hold of the Kamare and he went crazy with it, we're like, oh, okay, well that's just cool. We got to show that off. And so then, but I think now everyone's had enough of the cool. We can add in the funny of the confetti, and then Lupe will comment on it to make it seem less out of nowhere. All right, did this count as cleared? Did I get this place cleared? Let's see here. Raider troubles. Kill the ghouls in National Guard training yard. Okay, so I still haven't. It's not considered done yet. Maybe I gotta kill the ones outside too, or did I miss somebody? Oh, there's one. I guess I should just shoot all the corpses, since they're all faking.
No way I could pick this.
I'm surprised they're all just playing dead this whole time. I would have thought for sure they'd have come crawling out after me. How about you? No, you're definitely dead. Or is it not? Am I not supposed to kill the ones in here for that quest? Maybe that's the issue. Do another quick sweep. Didn't anticipate doing a bunch of side quests and killing things, but I'm enjoying the gunplay. It's been, I feel like the last couple of weeks. I mean, when last week we definitely didn't do any combat. We were just bug fixing, but I feel like it's been a minute since I've killed anything in Fallout. Oh man, my screen just went all crazy. Tiny D, and the other quest in there is going to get the chemical from hallucinogen. Ah, yeah, you're right, you're right. Okay. Hello. Still more I gotta kill. I'm not getting the update on the quest yet. Oh, I gotta probably clear out the barracks too, okay. I just triggered the Lost Patrol quest. Okay. That's what that thing was. I always thought the Lost Patrol one was the one where you have to, like, follow the beeping sound. Whoa. Dogmeat, where are you? Whoa, look at all these guys. Oof. Where did all those guys come from? Hey, speaking of shotgun shells, we're short on. Why? Alright, I hear more of you guys. Where are you? I feel like I'm hiding under a bed right now. Look at them all. But they don't know how to get past my bed armor. Alright, I saw you in there. Come on out. Ah, no, a little short, a little short. Alright, what do you got for me? Bunch of garbage. Oh, hey. Hey there, guy. Presents for you. Over here. Oh, that counted. All right. Whoa! Dropped down into a pit of them. Did we get them all? Dogmeat, where are you? I don't know why I grabbed that 8-ball, but it's mine now. Give me some loot. Okay. The combat music stopped. It's time to leave. Alright, so I think this gets us Nordhagen now, so we can go pop up a city plan there. Need to clear the attached barracks. Yep, you guys are ahead of me. Oscar Rock, here's just one thing. You should make a random encounter with the comm hub when you go to GNN just to visit the comm hub. Does the blue screen of death from Windows 95 98? I heard dog meat fall down. Uh-oh. No, 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 no. Lost Patrol, get the 3 holotapes, one you just got, one of the radio dishes up just the road, and the last at a house near Medford. Send you to a bunker way up north. There's one up the road. I think I already have, I think I have 2, don't I? Or do I have something from, are they all just called Night whatever, and so that second one I have is not for this quest? Because like I have Night Vasselin's, a Night Varnum's holotag. Report your disgust in Nordhagen Beach. Dunwich Borders. Where is that Lost Patrol quest? Investigate the satellite array. And listen to the battle. Yeah, see, I have a battlefield holotape as well. Maybe that's another one, another part of this that I totally failed at.
Ambushed on the road. We're outnumbered 5 to 1. Varnum, report.
Hey, I might as well track this one. It's close by.
We're down to 5%. We'll have to scuttle the armor.
Oh, hey, guy.
Let them have it.
Fire him!
Damn it. Aspen set for self-destruct. Ferris, fall back. We'll head for the old military base, then try to make it to our holdout. The code will be our call sign. All right, move, move, move.
Oh, I see. So that tape was probably sending me here, right? It was like a little... Oh, are we killing... Am I going to have to clear that satellite station for the 3rd time? I'm sure I've cleared that multiple times already. Oh, well, why not? Like I said, enjoying some combat. Because this is what farmers do, right? Just like the title of the stream says. Did I? I don't think I did remember. I really need to bring... What I really want is bring Mark 1 beacons. Let's see if I even have one. I don't think I did. Yeah, I did. Okay, well, after we clear the satellite array... Oh, let me see if I can use one over here. Is this close enough to count? Or do I might have to go inside. Let's try using it out here, though. Let's see what happens. Scanning for comm stations. And we'll send everything to Sunshine, I guess. That's kind of become our new home base. It just launched it. Alright, let's put it back. Whoa! I guess we'll clear out the ghouls before we get our team in here. Thanks for the baby rattle. Just what I needed. Okay, are there any more? Yep, Super Mutants are respawned again. Hey, buddy. Man, 3 shots from this thing to kill you. Alright. Oh, one of our favorites. Hey, Mr. Suicide. Oh god, we got blowflies too? Good lord. Whoa, where did you come from? There he is. Nope, wrong gun. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh no. Oh god. Oh god. Dog meat, get out of here. Oh, why do I gotta be such a bad shot? Ah! Oh no! I was right next to a car. How far back do we got to go? Hopefully when I popped out of that, because I kept popping in my Pip-Boy to do the holotapes, I probably got an autosave. Yep. Okay, not too far back. Okay, I think there was a turret up here we missed before. And a little guy in here. Aw, you can't throw it in the window? Come on. Okay, we'll drop our beacon again. There we go. Okay, well, let's try this again. Alright, I guess we should do a little save action. So I don't have to do all the beacon stuff again. Yeah, my VATS, I have no skills in VATS. Like it's like 10% chance unless I'm right up on top of them. So, Suicider's a fun minigame I'm really bad at. Hey, buddy. Got him! Oh, that's satisfying. Catch them on the stairs a little easier. They don't have much wiggle room to go side to side. I like that Super Mutant just used a stim pack. Can they do that? Oh, yes, there's always one with a missile launcher up there. You gotta watch out for him. That was way off, buddy. You're as bad a shot as I am. Oh, look at these feet. He's shooting at nothing. Oh, I think that's like bad geometry. I'm just shooting and hitting the... But I definitely should have connected with his leg there. Alright, how about this guy? Alright, where... Oh, whoa. Dogmeat got way up there. He's tanking for me. Oh, here comes the Brotherhood to save the day. Here comes the cavalry. Get them, guys. I'm still friendly with you. Take them down. Why aren't you guys firing? Oh, I wonder if they did a drop-off and there's Brotherhood on the ground over here or something.
Stop moving, stupid man.
Nothing? Oh, there they go. There they go. Now they're joining in. Get closer.
You see me, human? This is your death.
All right. That feels real good. Whoa! Take them down, guys. Hey, here they are. That is really satisfying. I don't think I've ever experienced that, like before I engaged with the Brotherhood. What happens if I talk to you guys?
Hi.
Can't talk while I'm on duty.
Okay. I was hoping for a little mini quest or something, like, hey, go talk to Elder Maxon. He wants to have a word with you. Okay, and then I'm supposed to find a tape here, right? I'm guessing it's in the boss chest, which is probably over in one of these. By the dude who had the rocket launcher. Or is it in this little room? I guess if it was in this little room, we would have found it when we did the Rob Lambert quest. Let's try up there. Wait, how do we get in here? Dominic says, how do I send you a save file? Well, it depends on how much, like, do you know where to find your save files? If you don't, there's instructions in the wiki for doing that. If you know if you know where your save file is and you have it, just zip it up and stick it on like a Google Drive that you publicly share, and then send me a link through, you can tweet it at me, you can send it to me on nexusmods.com, you can send it to me through the simsettlements.com forums. Any of those will work. I guess it's not in this boss chest. Maybe in that little hut over there? Oh god. Oh, I knew that was gonna happen as soon as I did it. I'm like, wait a second, this is not this is not the game I think it is. Well, you guys get to see some more combat now. What a bait and switch on that title, huh? Promised farming, and all you get is me shooting people. And dying. Oh, all the way back here. Whole battle again. You know, I think this is exactly what happened the last time I did this. Is we had to clear it out like 2 or 3 times. Because I'm a bad player. But I still love the game. Oh, hey, buddy. There's a way to start a fight. Let's hope the Brotherhood comes in again. Hey, there's the Brotherhood again, right on time. Hey guys, come on over. Maybe you guys can do more of the work this time. Man, Dogmeat being an awesome companion right there. I didn't even know those guys were behind me because he tanked them immediately. Whoops, I really don't want that. There's a vertibird for you guys to play with. There you go. Oh no! There goes the gunner. Uh-oh. I don't know how well this vertibird's gonna do this time. It's getting wrecked. Now the question is, did they drop off their knights first? There they are. Okay, you guys take care of that. I'm gonna go hunting for loot. Oh god. What happened? What happened? Where'd my gun go? It's stuck. Alright, here he is. Alright. Oops. Sorry, dude. Didn't mean to take your armor there. Got a little overambitious with my looting. What was this holotape? Lost Patrol. Scribe Ferris.
This is Ferris. It's been
Alright, let's finish this encounter off.
since the Paladin left.
Go do something else. I feel like the Brotherhood's not helping at all this time, other than being a distraction. Okay, I think we're right by County Crossing, right? I can go check in on there. I haven't been there in a while. Yeah, I'll pop over there. Thanks for sponging some bullets, I guess. Guess my yeah, my fusion cell's good. Everything else, not so great. All right, let's save again before I do something stupid like jump off of a tower. Yeah, deep dive save. Yep. Nope, we don't need to do that battle a fourth time. Oh, did you guys see? There is some free creation type stuff right now. There's the arcade pack, which will get you unlocked some new building plans from a couple of add-on authors. There was something else I saw in there. There was like 2 free things. I think one of their guns was free too. Definitely grab the arcade pack, because I know there will be something cool coming out using it in the add-on community. So everybody go grab the arcade pack while it's free. Where are we at with this settlement? Let's see. Level 1. What's our little status say? What are they short on? They only have... oh, yeah, that's right. This is the bug I have on my list for Rise of the Commonwealth. All the Rise of the Commonwealth settlements... the numbers that are stored in the city plans are wrong, so they think that they need level 3 amounts of settlers to level up each time. So that's like a big problem with the ROTC settlements. I need to just go through and go one by one through them and get that fixed. One of these days I will do that, because that part is easy to update. It's the floating items that are very difficult to get rid of. So you guys are stuck at this level for a while. Okay, well, that's bad. That's sad,
Another
but
day of hard
good to know.
work.
Okay, let's go on to Nordhagen, right over here, and
Never
do
changes.
get another settlement under our wings. Prototype Gauss rifle is a crank weapon and super frustrating because of that. Is that the free one? Yeah, I think Nick, they're doing, because of the, what do you call it, the anniversary of Fallout, they're doing like legitimate ones for free. They did some cool ones last week for free too. I don't remember what they were, but
Were you able to clear out?
but yeah,
those
it's like
ghouls?
really good ones for free.
Took care of those ghouls.
And
that
if you
were
have
giving
any
me trouble.
Todd Bucks left
Yeah.
over, they've got some of them that were really expensive, really cheap.
Makes
Fella,
other people
you
do
and the
all the
Minutemen
work.
have our gratitude
Morats are gross.
and our support.
Okay. Oh, talk to Preston. Okay. Because another settlement needs your help. Here we go. Now am I gonna have to cheat here? Rubber. Oh, we just gotta find a tire. Ta-da! All right, let's get you. Let's put you in charge of your own settlement. Here you go, buddy. And I'm gonna say no, never mind, because I want to make sure I want to do the ROTC ones because they're leveled. So select city plan. Although I think the ROTC one is very industrial and commercial focused, whereas the basics one is probably more farm focused. So maybe that's a reason to go to basics. But nah, we can switch some plots over if we need to. Oh no, I got no sensors on me. Finally ran out. Well, that's sad. Well then, I guess we'll be back, guys. We gotta go find some sensors. Because I'm sure I don't have the resources to craft them right now. We can try. Box of sensors. No, we are far from that. Look at those fiber optics and stuff we need. Nope. Okay. Well, that explains why we stopped making city plans. That is not actually why. I just forgot. Okay, let's go to our settlement map here. Where else have we unlocked that we haven't played with yet? Nothing over there. Jamaica Plain we got going. Checking around to see if I have... Okay, so the Slog and Green Top. So Green Top we have the quest for. Slog, I think you just go talk to those guys when you do it. So let's go head back. Where's Preston? I think I sent him to HQ. So we'll go there. Talk to Preston, advance that. Get another settlement. Or maybe it'll advance the Minutemen quest. Either is fine with me. Oh, oh yeah, Spectacle Island's an easy one. You're right, because we can just go over there. Actually, I want to see Spectacle Island because I know for Ours of the Commonwealth we have ND Cowdy's design from the first Masters, and he said there's some bugs in it, so I'd like to see how bad it is.
How many you killed today? Me? Probably 50.
Of course you did, Sneak. Okay, let's find Preston. Looks like he's upstairs here. Oh, I love that fountain. Such good work.
Regarding the upper balcony railings, please refrain from leaning on them in their current condition.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong, announcer. We fixed those, but we haven't fixed the conditioning on your dialogue yet.
More lights than you know what to do with.
Wrong way. Oh, there was a door. There was a door there. I
can't deny that the HQ has a certain splendor about it.
Thanks, Mansfield. Oh, Preston's taking a class by himself. Okay.
Take care of your gun. It'll take care of you.
I cleared out
Good
the
advice.
ghouls that were giving that settlement trouble.
Glad to hear it, General. It's hard enough out here without people having to worry about ghouls in their backyard. We've gotten big enough that we're having trouble communicating with all our settlements. It's a good problem to have, and I have a solution. I think it's time to retake the castle. It used to be the Minutemen
Preston.
HQ, way before my time.
I gotta tell you about
fortified,
this big giant
centrally
computer
located,
downstairs.
And most important, it has a powerful radio transmitter we can use to broadcast to the whole Commonwealth.
It sounds like just what we need right now.
I thought you'd like the idea. So, should I have an assault force assemble near the castle?
Later, I guess. Sure.
Yeah, let's do this.
We'll do some recon and meet you outside the castle. See you there.
Okay, I guess another settlement for the collection, the old castle. Okay, let's do
Show on the road.
might as well do a few things while we're in here. Let's get some projects going. Not that they take that long because we... Oh, actually, let's see if we got enough to just advance the quest here. What do we need? Antenna upgrade. Yes, we do have enough. We needed a bunch of power. What were we short? I feel like I was short on something last time. Maybe we just ran out of time. And so I bailed. So, all right, let's do the antenna upgrade. It's going to trigger immediately, but we're going to just leave. And then we should get a radio call about it shortly. So let's go... All right, let's go to Sunshine. We'll talk to Monty and get some more beer brewing. Oh yeah, spoiler alert! Anybody who hasn't played through SS2, you're learning about GNN. Dagnan, does the castle transmitter have any effect in SS2? No, that could be something we could tie into. Like I know we have the Sea to Glowing Sea quest that increases your recruitment rate. We could probably add the castle transmitter as like another enhancement to that, but currently nothing happens with it. I do believe taking independence is a required quest for some of our settlers, though, if I'm not mistaken. So that is why I want to do that one. Look at this pile of people. What's going on over here? This is the hangout for everyone, huh? They just like to stare at the glow. This is like Adam's glow here. Everyone worshiping it.
Is all I ever asked.
Hey there.
Overhead.
Easy
Such
to
impeccable
Human, right?
timing. Here, it is imperative you take this. Take it. Take it!
Atomic Blonde Ale. So all of these notes that are on, I think I talked about this last time when we had Monty first. These notes have been planted in here for Monty since back in Industrial Revolution.
Calm down. Tell me what's going on.
Ah, of course! A brewmaster shall explain all. During one of my recent peregrinations, I was inspired. It was as if my very soul swam in the sudsy kegs of the Saint Brigid himself. I had the mash. I had the hops.
but not the flavor. Aye, there was the rub. But like all good answers, it cameth to me in a vision. Medics, and now as apprentice to the brewmaster, I bestow this knowledge to you, so that you may spread far and wide the frothy bounty of atomic blonde ale.
I'll get it done.
Aha! Filleth thy tankard full and drinketh deep.
I said I'm not a synth.
Oh, radio coming in.
Hello.
Hey!
Uh-oh. What happened there? Let's try it again. Maybe that's what you ran into. Whoever, I can't remember who said it. They had trouble with MQ-23. Probably did the same thing, huh? Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't shoot Cola. All right, let's do a quick save here. Save, antenna project, radio call dropped. We're just gonna try calling him back and see what happens. Let's call back Jake.
Hello.
Hey, we just completed work on the antenna project. The team you
there it
assigned
goes.
did
Okay.
a great job assisting. Everything went as expected. Speaking of assistance, if you got some free time, I could use you back at the HQ. There's something I'd like your help with.
So excited.
I'll be right there.
Great. Once you get here, come find me in the comm array room. See you soon.
Okay. Another little tidbit of the main quest. But first, we gotta brew some beer. Uh-oh, beer is finished brewing at ... That's not a good sign. I'll put that on my list of uh-ohs. Save beer brewing message has... I gotta just type up ... because if I put actual dots, it won't work. So something wrong with the beer brewing message. We got some Boston Brown Ale. Alright, so let's look at our recipe again. For the Atomic Blonde Ale. Oh, I don't remember if it's how they're alphabetized. Is it beer recipe? Yeah, okay, good. Read. Okay, we need some Dandy Boy apples, some Mutt Fruit, and some Med-X. I don't know that I have either of those first two. So Dandy Boy and Mutt Fruit. I don't even know if I have any Razor Grain. Let's find out. Mashes. Okay, good. I can make some Razor Grain mash. So the other two, I'm going to have to just keep an eye out for. So Dandy Boy, I feel like this is going to be tough with the way we play. Dandy Boy apples and I already forgot the other one. I wish we had, this is one of those things where I wish we had, it's something you can do with F4SC, but you can't do in the base game, of triggering things to go onto the like tracked ingredient list. Like, man, that would have been a cool papyrus, like a script feature that we've been able to tap into. Mutt Fruit and Dandy Boy apples. Okay, Mutt Fruit maybe I'll be able to grab from one of our farms. Dandy Boy apples, though. That's going to be tough. Oh, look, a fruit tree. Anybody, any fruit on you? No. Which is odd. I remember specifically fixing the bug that prevented the trees from growing. Let's see if I refresh the plot if it gets some crops on it. Or did we break that again? Did we? Has anybody been able to harvest the crops on their plots lately? I know I fixed that in a bug. I don't remember how long a bug fix. So I don't know how long ago, but I haven't really tested it since. And as anybody who codes knows, you fix one thing, you break 6 others in a vicious cycle. I'm just gonna try refreshing this one too, just out of curiosity.
Yes.
Yeah, none of these are ready to pop. All right, I'm really curious now about this. Let's see. SV. Florist reset harvest days is 0. Let's see. Let's do slow flora. Reset harvest days is 1. How about harvest? Nope, same things. Yeah, why can't I harvest these? I mean, I know it's not supposed to after it first refreshes, but I should be able to 24 hours later. Another one to put back on the list. All right, I'm going to put that on the list of investigating. Save, plot, plants, not harvestable again. That's a bummer. Okay, so unlikely we're going to get that recipe done anytime soon, because I'm not going to remember to grab Dandy Boy apples off of random shelves. Alright, let's see here. What is our next agenda, though? Let's check the workbench just for some resources, because I did do... Alright, I do need stuff to build ASAM sensors. Hey, bottle caps. A whole lot of them. I guess I can take all this stuff and sell it. Oh, hey, look, there's new fruit. Beautiful. I'm going to take all this stuff just to sell it. And I'm over encumbered. Where is dog meat? Dog meat, come here. Time to load up. Dog meat. Oh, there he is. Come here.
Hey, over here.
Was he trapped? There's no good path to get through here, brother. Okay, I'm coming to you. Here you go. I'm actually curious how much stuff I left him with. Oh, yeah. Well, let's see. You got any more room in there, bud? Let's see here. You can... Nope. Yeah, you can't carry anymore. Okay, I get it. All right, let's drop some stuff. We need to take you somewhere and sell all that garbage. There we go. Nope. I still need to drop 9 more pounds. Okay, weapons. What do we have? That's worth some money, but there's got to be something. This is probably not worth enough. Actually, what was that gun worth? Maybe that's not worth enough either. Value 138. I don't know if that's good per pound. That doesn't seem like a good value. Alright, we're just going to drop it on the ground. It's fine. Okay, let's go see if we have enough random stuff to build some ASAM sensors.
Adam shall come and bear witness to all my wretchedness.
Hey, we can. Not a box. But I think the cost is just like a multiple. I don't think we have it. There's no bonus for doing a box. What are we missing? We're missing 2 aluminum. Okay, I feel like that should be easy to get. Let's go find... Did I get the scrapper perk already? I'm pretty sure I did. We just go find a weapon workbench and break down a few of these weapons. That's under intelligence, right? Gun nut... Scrapper. Yep. Okay, so we just go pick up that gun again, scrap it. And Bob's your uncle. And I see a weapon workbench. Alright. Just put extra stuff in the workbench. It looks like that's what I had done before, because there was a random legendary in there. To harvest plants, you need to be in build menu. Okay, we just need to scrap something. There, a bunch of aluminum. Oh, I guess I should scrap a few more things to clear out some space in my inventory. So we'll scrap you. Let's see, what's one I'm not going to use? I'm never going to... Oh, I can't scrap in legendaries, that's right. Oh, that was enough. Okay. Alright, I think we had enough to build that box of ASAMs. Somehow. And now we're short for on everything. Alright, well, we only needed 1 city plan for now. That worked out good. I did not expect to have that many resources. That's pretty awesome. Okay, let's go to... Let's chase down that settler over here. And we're so far 0 farming done in the farming episode. Going strong here, guys. Yeah, exactly, Skywise. 100 bugs on the wall, take one down, fix it up. 127 bugs on the wall. I feel like that would be a... It feels awkward to say I should go get a tattoo, because I feel like I've passed that point. Like, getting a tattoo now at this age just feels weird. But man, I would not be uncomfortable tattooing on me. That's just something I'll never ever not believe is the case. Like, the best programmers I know still run into dumb issues all the time. Let's see here. Who are we tracking here? Right over there. Okay, potential recruits. Is someone just sleeping in a train car over here? I hope so. And they're locked in. We're breaking into your house, and then we're going to try and recruit you, whoever you are.
Got it.
Who's sleeping in a train car? It's Silas Canary. All right.
Hey there.
Hello there.
Whoa.
Heard about this place, so I came to see. Looks interesting.
Yes, very interesting.
Let me introduce myself. My name's Silas Canary. I used to have a farm and a family. Now I have this shotgun. Now I shoot raiders. I would like to have a farm again.
Anything I can do to help?
Just need some fertilizer. 3 bags will do.
I'll take care of it.
Do I have? I feel like I just... Oh, we're 12 fertilizer scrap. Say, I feel like I just took some fertilizer. Where are we at with fertilizer? Fertilizer... We got 3 scrap and no bags. Okay, so we gotta track this one. I also saw...
Here it is.
Thank you again.
Oh.
Nothing can replace what I lost. But this farm...
That's interesting.
It's a chance
I counted
to begin
that as
again.
3 bags. Okay, might be a bug.
I'm a man of
I
few
did see it
words.
had like neutral listed in the thing, which
But
is
no, I'm in your
an
debt.
issue.
I'll
Put that
watch
on my
over
list.
mine and yours best I can.
Okay, just a second here, Silas. Silas, recruit quest, 1 line, missing prompt, says neutral. Well, it's a small bug we found, but I still want it fixed. Okay, we'll just send him to Starlight. We're right here, if I got room. Wait, is he immediately assigned to something? Yep, he's a power plant engineer, because everyone is. Hey, we got a building plan skin for Silas. Okay. Okay, so then we can go to... Because I want to go back to town and sell off all this stuff so I can start buying shipments and stuff to try and get more boxes ASAM sensors. And we can pop in on the Ron again. But first, let's see how our farms are doing. See how many of these are actually active. Oh, that's not what I wanted. This one. Operational. Cool. And yeah, none of these crops are harvestable, so I think that bug is back. I wonder if I did a bunch of changes to plot codes in the last 2 patches because I was fixing little bugs with how they would get stuck in construction phases, and maybe I screwed something up there. Owner incapacitated. So I have on my, I know the, so you guys, I'm sure a lot of you guys participated in that poll I put up on patch day about what I'm going to work on. And I'm definitely the reports were the winning thing. So that is one of the things I'm going to start working on. But I think another one I'm going to sneak in there is I'm going to sneak
Just looking
in
to trade a little.
What, no.
Okay.
Don't trade with the, oh God. Sneak in there is the ability to craft disease cures. I was thinking that a great tie-in to make them easy to use would be to make them craftable using crops, like no fancy ingredients, just like, you know, mute fruit, razor grain, you know, that kind of stuff, like just your crops, so that way they kind of tie in with your farming. And I thought that would be a great way to smooth out some of that curve with an easy. It doesn't require a bunch of work. Like my plan for disease for smoothing it out is going to be a lot more in depth than that. I thought that would be a good starting point, because I know a lot of people get hung up on feeling like they need to run around with disease cures, and that gets irritating. And I think I explained it on this stream before that was never the intention. It was just supposed to give an option to people who like to min-max, but I think a lot of people feel like they're supposed to, so I can lean into it and just make it easier. We're going to untrack occupants. That's what I was trying to do. All right, that one is incapacitated. What about you? Operational. Okay, how about this one? Operational. Okay, cool. Hey, look, the silt beans are harvestable. Maybe some of them are working. The one that I don't need is harvestable, the silt beans, but huh, that's odd. Maybe it's because those are non-workshop crops that they work a little bit differently. That's interesting. What about you? Yeah, I do have a disease card. It's like, am I out? What do you think? Unknown without a known cure. Okay. All right. Let's do back to Diamond City Market. There we go. Let's sell off some stuff. And I should probably empty poor dog meat's luggage too. I see your trail says cook 2. Do you ever get stuck in it? I occasionally have to use player, move to player. Trail says cook 2. I don't know what that means. I feel like I'm missing something.
Ah, yes, our newest arrival. I trust you're learning to fit in.
Oh, I've never seen the mayor just walking around here. Thought he's up in his up in his 10 penny tower up
Swatters
there.
will win you the game. The game of beating people up, that is.
I'll take a look, sure.
A swatter never runs out of bullets.
That's a good point, Mo. That's a good point. Okay, let's give him some stuff I'm not going to use. I guess if I'm going to... What am I using right now? I'm using the sniper rifle. The hunting rifle and sniper rifle are different, right? Or is that just the rename? Does the hunting rifle become the sniper rifle? Like, I would rather have this. This is a way better legendary than unlimited ammo. I want this unlimited ammo for my laser rifle. That feels perfect for how I use that. But would prefer this. Can I upgrade a hunting rifle to? Does that turn into this? Like, I want a 50 cal rifle so I get that big damage hit. But if I can get 30% armor resistance too, that'd be nice. All right, let's sell off some of this stuff. And I guess I should go raid. Let's see, you can take that. The random armor I grabbed. That thing. And what do you got for me, Mo? You're going to have to give me back something. Oh, I guess I could check everybody for those, what do we call them? The Dandy Boy apples. Maybe somebody will have some. Okay, you can't give me enough for all this, so we'll take back this one, I guess. And this one. Oh, man, you got nothing. What are you doing, Mo? Your business is failing. There we go. Let's see. Who would have Dandy Boy apples? Probably this lady over here.
You again. All right. Got plenty of supplies.
I'll take a look, sure.
Just don't call it junk.
Nezzy, you're never too old for tattoos. I just got one for the Fallout 25th birthday this week. Oh, that's cool. Well, I guess I could buy some ASAM sensors. What else we got here? We could buy shotgun shells. That's what I was thinking of. Like, what else am I missing? Gotta have our shotgun shells. Everyone's favorite time of my streams when I get into trying to min-max my caps that don't matter. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I should look at your chat to see what you guys said about the hunting rifle. Hunting rifle is sniper. Okay, so I can... Okay, cool. So I can just go ahead and like sell off this other one knowing that I can upgrade that one instead. Perfect. Okay, and then... What other garbage do I have I can get rid of? I guess I can get rid of some of this stuff I'm not using. You can have some Boston Brown Ale. I guess I can hold... I'll hold on to one because I can give it to Monty when we get to that. Have some bourbon. You can have some dirty water. I don't know how I ended up with. Ice cold Gwyneth. Have some mongrel dog meat. I only need one mute fruit, so you can have the rest. I don't know why I insist on carrying Nuka-Cola, but I just like it. I think it's from playing 76. It just like got me in the habit. Like Nuka-Cola, I always like to. It was like a nice, quick way to heal up. Red stag meat. Oh yeah, I think I was gonna make some of the meat that lets you carry more, and I just never remember. So let's just get rid of that. And we're at positive caps. That's all I care about. All right, dog meat. Where are you? Why are you never here when I need you?
I hear you've been asking questions around town. What? Diamond City's got 2 private dicks now?
There he is.
Hey.
Come here. Let's unload here. I guess I can just take all. And then we're going to give you back... Hold on, let me give you back your teddy bear. Whoa. It's quite the growl, bud. Where's your teddy bear? I saw the craziest thing the other day when I was testing some of the Chapter 3 stuff. I was sneaking around up on some of the mongrel dogs, and one of them had a teddy bear and started shaking it. I didn't realize they used the exact same animation set as dog meat. Oh, there's a junk tab. That's right. Here you go, buddy. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Sorry. Here's your teddy. Store. There we go. Yeah, there you go.
Protection for sale.
Hey there.
Hand-tooled pieces.
And I think I forgot to look for Dandy Boy apples too.
Sure.
Right.
Let's take a look.
Here's what we got.
Okay, you don't got any apples. Okay, but I got some stuff for you. I got some stuff for you. You can have that. And that thing. And apparently I was holding on to random junk. 250. And what can you give me back? Some ammo to make up the difference. There we go. Alright, who sells food? Is the... Oh, there's... he just sells noodles. The lady at the butcher over there, right? That'll sell food.
Everything I got will keep you safe.
I'll take a look, sure.
Don't forget to stock up on ammo.
Crouch calls companions to you? I did not know that. You can have this one. And this one. Oh, why do I have that? Sorry I made you carry that dog meat. Oh man, I'm gonna... You better have a lot of stuff for me to... Okay, and... I guess I'll hold on to that. Alright, what do you got for me, Arturo? You better have a lot. Oh, you've got Instamash. I might end up buying that aluminum just because... I don't know if he's gonna have enough ammo to... Oh, and I keep buying 308 and I don't need it. Ah. Alright, well, we'll start by taking all the stuff we can use. Oh, there we go. Okay. You can have 40 caps, and I just got a bunch of ammo. Okay, now let's check out... I think the meat lady over here might sell some Dandy Boy apples.
Excuse me.
Hey, Scaver. Got plenty of Brahmin.
Sure. Let's take a look.
Check out these cuts.
Oh, maybe in the bar they'll have it. Let's see. What do you got? Nope, no Dandy Boy apples. The dugout, in we go.
Keep walking.
Get some moonshine and some candy apples. What is it? Sinister? Oh, it's Sinister. Ah. Sinister 1. Are the robots in those farm plots supposed to be buried like that? Yes, they're flipped upside down to be like the arms are popping up. And,
nice Pip Boy.
Whatever you
popping up and doing the farming.
I don't know.
I'll take your order whenever you're ready.
Buy chalk and trade for them, Donnie Dane. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Let's see what you have.
Hopefully nothing will poison you.
We haven't done... I still have had that... I've had that quest in my log since Chapter 1. I've never done it yet. I should do it. I should go do it. Oh, wait. We were going to check for... No Dandy Boy apples. And no chalk. Okay. Well, thanks for anything. Thanks for nothing. Somebody's going to... I feel like if I don't remember the Dandy Boy apples today, it's just not happening. So we gotta get them.
Whatever it is, leave me out of it.
I just want your apples, buddy. All right. Okay, the ROM. That's what we're gonna do next.
No shame in taking the kid, Ken. Solomon can. Don't worry. You're safe from the synths here in Diamond City.
I have mute fruit, Canuck. I had found some in the workbench at Sunshine, and I held on to one of them. Right.
Oh, yeah!
You got anybody new for me?
Hey there.
You won't find a more comprehensive depository of information in the Commonwealth.
Any idea where I can find someone?
Looking for talent, are we? What kind of attributes you in the market for?
I'm looking for someone.
Let's try intelligence.
Smart. Sorry, but the
Okay.
Excuse me.
Hey,
try
good to
strength
see
one
you
more
again,
time.
cool cat. Here to buy or here to sell?
Oops.
Any idea where I...
Looking for talent.
I'm looking.
Yep, we're gonna...
second thought.
No.
Oh, yeah. It's...
Try
Any
again.
idea where I can find...
Looking for...
I'm looking for some...
Here we go. Strength.
Strong.
Sorry, but the...
Okay. Talent pool's all tapped out. Okay. Off we go. One of these days, I'm going to figure out why the Ron insists on showing me those dialogue options. Okay, so we got no more settlers coming. So let's head to Nordhagen, get that city plan. So at least I'll have done one tiny bit of farming for the farming episode. I was hoping to be building all sorts of city plans, get farms set up, get some water plants. Because the other part of this is I need water and food, basically. Because I moved all of my people to power to satisfy HQ, I basically left my food and water everywhere in the toilet. So need to fix that. All right, select city plan. Nordhagen Beach, ROTC. Use this. Pay and build. Tear it all down. Let's go. Oh, I have a new song I'm gonna add into the mix of this. Oh, this is gonna. I need to exit out because every time I let that play through, I love it, but then I gotta go battle a copyright because somebody on YouTube claims has an automatic copyright strike anytime you play the Fallout 4 theme. It's insane. Like for more than, you know, a few seconds. Like if I let that whole thing play, I have to deal with a copyright strike. So we're gonna just. Oh, there we go. That's our song. This one we can play. But I have another song I'm gonna add that's in the Creative Commons. I found. I'm very excited about it. I've been listening to it on loop lately, and it's got the same feel that we want for city plan building. I've never actually been super satisfied with this song. I feel like it's not quite there. It's not quite there. I'll probably leave it in because for some people they probably dig it. But yeah, I got another one to add to the mix. It's one of the things I've had on my agenda, and maybe this will make me finally patch it in. I always thought it would be something I should let people register new stuff with. So like any musicians out there who want to inject more options for it could do so. Or if you just have like, you know, some royalty-free music that you wanted to toss in and release as a mod, you could do so. Drumlin Diner might have Dandy Boy apples. That's a good point. Check the hardware store in Congress to see if the box has ACM sensors. Yeah, I have to check if they respawn. I think at this point they probably all got disabled from because once you get through a certain point in the story, we like change what items are still available there, so they might have been disabled by that. Need some good battle music. I love other songs you have, but not really peppy for fighting. Yeah, one of the we've for SS2 we've on multiple occasions, both for during development of Conqueror back then and SS2, we've talked to people with composing skills, and every time we came to the same conclusion is that we kind of have to like have everything 100% wrapped. Because we need to make sure that we have the timing perfect, because if we want music to like underscore quest moments and stuff, it has to be during like cutscenes, because anytime the player can interfere, then like it's gonna get wonky and it won't tie well. But like, so we have to figure out all of our scenes and make sure we're not making any changes to them. So it's kind of one of those passes, like going back and adding music to the mod will probably be something. If we do it, it'll be like after the story's done, after most of the bug fixes are done, then it'll be just like that final layer of polish to try and make some of our cutscene moments feel a little cooler. Uh-oh. I just realized I made a mistake. I need to reload. Crud. Where are we at? Okay, cool. We didn't lose that much progress. So I forgot during one of my streams, I was showing you guys the involvement setting to turn it to global. And that is why none of the plots built, because my global setting has me paying for costs. Well, I don't want to have to pay for costs at all my settlements. And that's actually probably why some of the plots have stalled out. I forgot I showed you guys this setting and then I failed to turn it back off again. So if I go to gameplay, so this setting right here that I'm going to show you will default how I'm going to place it right now, but I specifically remember I showed this off and I just totally forgot to switch it back. It's under difficulty, I think. No, it's under city plan building. That's right. City plan building. Involvement. So match global. That is not what I want. Match global will make it so that whatever my settings are here will apply to my city plans too. And I like low for my city plans. I want my city plans to be self-managed, and then they don't have any construction costs and everything. So unfortunately, since it was on involvement match global, all of the plots got flagged that I have to pay for them. I don't want to do that.
Hope you realize how much you did for us.
Okay. Oh, all right. Here we go. All right. Well, let's just save first. Here we go. Man, I'm getting a lot of save. Actually, I need to do a hard save from here, so I have it. Let's see. Save. LP day. What are we on? 34, I think. 34, or is it 34 or 35? Let's double check. Nope. 34 was last time, so this is 35. 35, and this is almost the it's not end of session, but we're getting close. So we'll do pre-Nordhagen. There we go. Make sure we're on the right plan. There we go. Pay and build. Tear it all down. Okay. So let's see if we get the right song this time, so that I don't have to get copyright. There we go. Don't get copyright strikes. Skywars, I was thinking specifically of the HQ Assault might be improved with the track like 50 Ways to Die at Nyx has. I haven't played 50 Days to Die at Nyx, so I don't know what that is, but I mean, I know what the mod is. I don't know what the music is. But we just use, in general, aside from this moment in the city plan, we just use vanilla music that's available, because they've got music for heavy battles and things like that. And like I like the theme song a lot for, it has the appropriate epic feel for while the city plan's building. But yeah, anywhere you hear music that gets triggered by S2, we just use the same music Bethesda uses for their big quest moments. And I think we'll continue to do that for battles. I think the battle music, you know, if we changed it too much, it wouldn't feel like Fallout anymore. So I'm not looking to change that. But there are a couple of like cutscene moments we have where they could be underscored by specific music, and I think it'll make them better. And knowing Sarik, we will have more of those more of those moments in Chapter 3. All right, let's see if some plots start building. That will let me know that the involvement setting works correctly. Come on, guys, start building something. Oh, I wonder if it still doesn't seem like they're building anything. I wonder if the MCM setting for involvement got screwed up. Just give it a minute in case it's just script lag right now. When do you think Chapter 3 will come out? I don't have an answer for that right now. Like we originally were gunning for a September or October release, which clearly didn't happen because we originally thought Starfield was coming out in November. We wanted to beat it. And then when Starfield got delayed, I think we like pumped the brakes, and it was just kind of like, all right, everybody just go at the pace you're comfortable with. Like, let's not burn ourselves out on this last bit, and let's also not rush out something buggy, because it's not as fun for you guys to play, and then it becomes like I end up living in crisis mode for 5 or 6 weeks trying to hotfix everything, which isn't particularly fun for me after launch. I mean, I'm happy to do it because I want you guys to have a good time playing the mod, but yeah, I think it'll be for the final chapter. Let's try and release something a little bit more polished. All right, so let's check and see what some of these say. Can't afford construction costs. Yeah, so the involvement setting did not hold. What is going on here? So I might have another bug here. I might have MCM not holding the involvement setting correctly. Involvement also says low. All right, let's check what the local settings got set to.
Around here?
Where is our city planner's desk? I'm guessing inside of here. Yep. Options, gameplay, local settings, plot, upgrade costs are on. No, and they should not be. Is involvement broken? Is the involvement setting broken? Alright, well, we'll turn it off. I'm going to put this... I do think there's something wrong here. So it seems like maybe involvement's not working. I don't know if it's maybe either the MCM setting isn't working, it's broken altogether, something's wrong here. So we're going to do... or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe involvement low still has construction costs off, and I just don't remember the settings correctly. But I'm going to investigate. Put that on my notes. Investigate. Involvement setting. Okay. All right, let's turn that off and see. Actually, I'm going to check a couple others while we're in here just to make sure. Assignment requirements, off, good. Auto assignment should be on, yes. Don't care about those. Let's see, auto pay city plan costs, sure, but they should be off. Auto upgrade should be on, yes. On. Upgrade costs are, let's turn those, oh no, we'll leave those on. We'll leave the costs on for the city plan themselves. I just don't want to deal with plot costs. Let's see, dynamic needs, we're going to turn, that should be off. That's not right. We'll leave it on, it's fine, it's not going to hurt anything. It's, I think that's supposed to be off though by the default options. I got to really look into this now. I'm really concerned that involvement's been broken, which would be no good for you guys. Limit recruitment by city plan, we want off, that's right, we want that off so that it's not, oh, maybe that's why I switched it to global. I was trying to make the limits recruitment by city plan off for all my settlements. Yeah, I definitely got to do some investigating here. I don't like when I don't remember what I did. All right, resource storage defense, that can be on. No. We'll turn it on. Cellular diseases should be off here. Yeah. Yep, for city plans, it's supposed to be off by default. Just making sure all the default settings are working correctly. Now I got to go cross-reference now because now I'm not remembering what's what. I believe all this is, if you're anyways curious, I believe this is all documented on the wiki. What settings are supposed to be set. So I'm probably just misremembering which ones are supposed to be set here. All right, so let's do this, and we'll do start construction. Yeah, there we go. I also could just sleep 24 hours instead of having to do this manually, but we're gonna just run around and do refresh and. Refresh or start construction on all these. That one's unoccupied. Oh, some of them are starting to build. Okay, cool. Unoccupied. Refresh you. Come on, you can do it, ASM sensor. Unoccupied. I think the kid ends up living in his own house, if I'm not mistaken. So the other day this is something you guys might have an opinion on. Whatever. So the other day I was thinking about how we could do. So residential is like the one plot type that has no real variety in it, right? You've got multi-person and you've got individual. So I was thinking about some ideas for other residential in the future, just to make it more interesting. And I thought of a couple of things. One I've talked about before, which would be robot housing. Like it would come up with some sort of benefit for that. And then I thought of another one would be bunk style housing, so that way people can separate those if they want them, and that would be good for people who are raising armies when we get to the war mechanics. And then another one just came to mind now would be child housing, which would be kind of fun, where it would be like little forts and stuff, like tree houses and things like that. Like that could be a fun subtype that it doesn't have, it doesn't necessarily have like a big practical benefit to it. It would just be a way to kind of break them up by style, and we do some mechanical benefit, otherwise there's no point to having a new class. But I think that could be kind of fun, like a box fort house made out of cardboard. All right, let's pop on the hollow stuff and we can see if there's any other things we missed. Oh yeah, you guys need power, of course. Oh, that's the other thing that's supposed to be off is citizen needs are supposed to be off so that I don't have to micromanage this stuff and it can level up. I'll make sure that's off. I don't remember seeing that in the options, but I also probably wasn't. I think I've been so thrown off by the involvement thing. Local settings. Yeah, citizens needs is not even there. It's just dynamic needs. All right, we're gonna turn that off. I thought there was another setting. Maybe am I thinking of SS1 and I'm just so out of the loop here? Let's see, difficulty. No, citizen needs is one. There's supposed to be a citizen needs And local settings. Let me add that to my list. Citizen needs. Missing. From local settings. And the citizen needs setting makes it so that basically as soon as the timer is up on a plot's update or upgrade amount, like there's a minimum time between when you build and when they can upgrade. As soon as that hits, they can immediately upgrade without worrying about defense or food or water needs or anything like that. Okay, so now I think the issue with this city plan I have for what I'm trying to do is that there are no farms on here by default. I think it's all industrial. So we're going to swap some of these things that they're working. We'll make them interior farms.
How many blisters I got.
So you are going to change plot types. To agricultural. Now the bummer is I really want to get more advanced, but I think I have enough built. I'm trying to trigger the high tech, but I think I have enough advanced going in Starlight already that I should eventually trigger it without needing to go building it everywhere else. Okay, there you go.
You hear about that farm run by ghouls?
All right, it's too dark in here. Can't see anything. All right, where's everybody else working? Oh, we've got, I bet the kid isn't working and the dad is the city the city manager, so that's why we don't have anything else. But we can get all these, any of these other plots prepped for it. Let's see, these are all homes. Okay, where else do we have some plots we can turn into something else? What's down here? Recreation, we'll leave that to make sure happiness stays good. Another house. That one is definitely industrial. What's this guy? Alright, well, you guys know how I feel about commercial. It's kind of become the least important plot type for us, because we just don't need it caps enough to bother with it yet, and we're still min-maxing, just trying to get everything stable. Customize plot, change plot type. We'll get back to it eventually, because I think the commercial end up being my favorite ones to look at. Like, the commercial and industrial, I think, are the coolest looking buildings. Tony, 2013 Evel, thank you for the donation. King Geth, maybe you can get out a spreadsheet that shows what setting to use for starters and vets for smoother gameplay. So we actually have an easier thing than that I can show you. That's right in the mod already. I'm just trying to figure out with the involvement, there were settings that they're not matching what I expect. And so that's why I was kind of getting confused there. But what you guys want to do if you're new to the mod is the first time you launch this City Manager holotape, which Jake will hand you one after the first quest, or you can find one just laying in the Concord hardware store. And when you first launch it, it'll open up a wizard and ask you how you want to play. But you can also access from tools under options wizard, and you'll get this. And basically, if you find Sim Settlements out of the box is going to be on this level, City Simulator. But if you find that it's too micromanagey or there's too many things for you to track, and you're just like, I want to just build plots, build city plans, and that's it, put it on automated, and it'll basically turn off virtually everything. Like, it makes costs super simple. Like, there's only one resource to track. It turns off almost everything that adds any challenge and turns it into just like, it's just a way for you to automate settlement building. And then if you want more of a challenge, hardcore mode will turn on almost every feature. I think it doesn't turn on a couple of the like really intense ones, like settlers being able to die from diseases. Anybody who's played with that will tell you it is not for the faint of heart, because you'll just come back to settlements and find, you know, half of them dead randomly because a bad outbreak occurred. So, yeah, but I think most of the other options are enabled. I'm going to do a full playthrough at some point with everything turned on just to see how it feels. But I'm going to like flag it in the description of like, this is not how most of you will play, just to make sure that, oops, we want to switch this one to, actually, let's take this person. Oh, what did I just do? Oh, I tracked. We'll move them over to that agricultural I just built. Anyway, I'm gonna do a full playthrough with the full options on, and I'll probably also do one with the easy mode on, so people can kind of watch a playthrough and see which one appeals to them most. But the biggest thing you'll notice right away if you decide to play hardcore, and if you play in survival, if you start a new character in survival, you will default to, I want to call it pseudo hardcore. It'll be like a lot of the hardcore options will be turned on, but you'll notice on the right on your resource panel, see mine's only got 5 numbers. Yours will have 35 numbers instead if you're on hardcore. Like, it jumps the difficulty considerably just from that alone, much less all the other systems that are in play. But yeah, there are a lot of options. I think Sasori will correct me if I'm wrong, I think we have most of the settings documented on the wiki now, if you want more detailed information about which systems get enabled and disabled and everything. Okay, so we've got a little bit of stuff started up here. Got a little bit more food. Let's see what let's get that agricultural going. We got that one over there. So we've got only 3 food. This person's not a great farmer over here. Let's see, what is
I
your...
call a good day? One that ends without an empty stomach.
Let's see, how low are your stats? 1 endurance. You would have made a better industrial worker. Okay, what about our other person over here? What are you going to bring to the table in the farming department? Oh, all 1s. The lowest settler. Okay. So, going to be a little while before we have any reasonable... Oh, you know what we should do? Before I let this build, I should switch this to advanced. At least the plot type itself will make up for it, since we're not playing with the plot requirements on. Switch you... Because then that'll get us a decent amount of food out of here. Oh, I already finished building. Okay. Choose building plan. Advanced farm. That upgrade. That'll give us... sure. Advanced meat fruit farm. Did nobody? So I remember there used for SS1 there were a few adult themed plots, if that's what you guys are after. I think there was a couple of them that had brothels. I don't know what else there's been, but I know SS1 definitely had a deeper pool. But a couple of the add-on pack authors never joined up with SS2. They didn't port their stuff over, and then like I know XV's been making an effort to port over a lot of stuff, but I think he probably. Maybe I'm wrong on this. Opted to keep anything lewd out of his mods. I could be wrong on that. I need to play with add-on packs with my next playthrough for sure. For sure. I think we're getting such a good collection of bug reports out of this, and even if there's probably some bugs that I should find from that are caused by add-on packs, not necessarily caused from their fault, but maybe even just because the code that we have is not situated in a way that helps them. Okay, this is another thing I'm gonna do, which is going to cause this city plan to stall out, but I'm okay with that, is take the leader and put him on the caravan plot, because the caravan, more important we have a caravan connection to help with all their needs than that we have a city manager. Leaky Lou, will there ever be a way to minimize the bonked settlement stats that happen late in game if you don't sit in a settlement for a while before opening workshop? Probably not, because of script lag. Hey, look, see, these are harvestable. See, what is this? It's like completely random about whether they're harvestable or not. So there must be something funky going on. And also, or were these? And look, those sunk into the ground. Something funky's going on here. Okay. If you're talking about the stats when you look in here, so I actually figured out exactly what causes this the other day. When you get the 4294. So we helped with some of it with the last workshop framework update. But the 4294 bug can also be caused by having unassigned items, is what we found out. So if you have food producers, like vanilla ones, that are unassigned, it actually causes the 4294 bug. It's just like a dumb calculation in Bethesda's base code. So that is a way to fix the 4294 issues, is just get rid of all your unassigned items. I don't know that... I think plots, if they're empty, won't cause it. Like if you have an empty unbuilt agricultural, it won't. But if you have a built agricultural that is not assigned currently, it might cause the 4294. But unassigned vanilla items for sure do it. I was discussing with a couple of people who are pretty wise to the workshop system about potential ways we might be able to fix that. We can't do an engine fix, but we could do some hacky stuff to make sure that it gets rectified. But none of us have pursued it because we've all got a lot on our plates, and that's messing around with low-level workshop stuff is always risky. All right, we're gonna let the caravan plot build too. The only other thing I wish we had more folks for is to get a marshal plot going. And it looks like somebody else got assigned to this other agricultural. How many people do we even have here? Oh, we got 5. We must have just got a new settler. Okay, there's our caravan connection. There we go. Food 16, water 16. We got some surplus coming in. I don't know where the where's the water coming from? We must have built this place. Must come with some water tanks. Oh yeah, there we go. There's a water tank here. Okay, cool. So we made a tiny bit of progress there. I guess we can go back to HQ, and well, let's let this farm build too. I'll say I'm gonna go back to HQ, set up a supply agreement here. We'll talk to Jake to advance the quest, and then we'll switch gears to chat mode. And so we got a little bit of farming done, the tiniest amount. Most of the episode was just me sucking at combat, so I hope I entertained you all with that. Oh, what do we got in here? Oh, there's some fertilizer if we needed it for Silas. Let's see if we can build while we're waiting for that to build. Can we craft any ASAM sensors? No, we can't. We could do another Mark 1 beacon. Oh, can we do a couple Mark 1 beacons? No, we can do one. We'll do it. And we'll do a salvage beacon too while we're at it. I still haven't gotten the delivery notice on that Mark 1 beacon, so they're taking their sweet time doing that walk. Oh! Oh yeah, we got some serious clipping going on in here. Don't pretend you didn't see it. Why am I weighed down already? Oh, I guess the Mark 1 weighs quite a bit. But what did I pick up that's... I thought I just dumped a whole lot of weapons. I guess I need to... Oh, because I'm holding on to the rest of the stuff. Sorry, Dogmeat. You need to help out some more. Yeah. You are our designated... You're going to be our designated extra weapon carrier. Oh, he had a fat man. Yeah, he can... Oh, and a junk jet? Nah, that's why. Okay. Well, he's going to hold on to all my fun weapons. And you can hold on to these two until I'm ready to upgrade them. Hopefully I remember to do so. And that thing... Okay, there we go. So, Dogmeat's just like my little weapon dog now. He carries my... He's my walking armory. Oh, I forgot to switch this over to advanced. Alright, I guess we're spending a lot more time here farming than I anticipated. So that's good. Can deliver on the title promise. Yep, that's a weird advanced farm by Ono confirmation. That's probably supposed to be tell you which farm. So it looks like we have some missing information in that. Put that on my list. That's like little polish level stuff, not important, but eventually I'd like to get it fixed. Advanced farm BP confirmation messages. Missing crop type. This thing not want to build? Operational. Guess I'm being impatient.
If you work, you eat. It's as simple as that.
That's a good point. That's a good point. All right, what do we got here? Man, this place is just a bunch of jump settlers. You guys need some training plots around here. Well, I guess we're gonna make it a farm. Where's the? Didn't I have a 2x2 agricultural that got, or I mean, recreational that got built? Oh yeah, it's right there. I'll switch this over to endurance training. There we go. Did this thing switch yet? Corn plantation? Yep, it just needs to refresh. Let's check. Let's do a script lag check. I feel like something funky's going on here. Save script check. We'll bring up our where is it? Fallroom tools. So if you're ever curious if you've got script lag in your save, you can use this program called Resaver, which comes with Fallroom tools, which you can download on Nexus. You can load up one of your saves, and then after it finishes loading, about halfway down on the left, there's a thing called Active Scripts, and you can check and see if it's got a high number in it. So we have got 11 active scripts, 1 suspended stack, so that's not bad at all. That'll clear itself up shortly. Oh, our 2 crafting labs are back. They probably were already there, always there when I was testing earlier, and I just didn't see it. What's going on with this stack? Nothing relevant. Okay, this isn't bad. This is not bad at all. Plot manager's busy doing stuff, probably trying to find building plans. Okay, we're in good shape. Oh, I see what's wrong. I did this one instead of... There's 2 farms here. I didn't see that. All right. Well, that explains why that one's not responding to me. Advanced farm. All right, let's see if we get the same goofy confirmation message. Oh, that one says at least advanced Tato farm, so it's not all of them. Maybe the other one had a type 2 and I just misread it. Could be that as well. What does it say it's using? No, it doesn't even have a building plan. Okay. This is bothering me. I want to fix this. All right, get up, out of bed, move over here. You're gonna go move into a plot. We're gonna scrap that house. Or scrap that bed. There you go. That's your new home now. Oh, this is a default bed, so it means the scrap profile is funky on our on that building plan. What about this one? Can we just scrap you? Yeah, and then yeah, the kid we can't use. That's fine. He can keep using the middle bed. All right, getting some farming action going. We're connected to the network. We just need to get our HQ connection after this finishes building. And then we're ready. I don't know if we ever got a... I remember this was on our agenda, and I don't know if we ever got a decent-looking one of a walk-in-place animation so that the settlers could do, like, treadmill walking. I remember it being... I think we tested it a few times. I don't know if it ever ended up. Does anybody know? Have you guys ever seen a settler walking in place on one of those treadmills? If not, I should put that back on our task list to get sorted out. Oh, here comes the bots. It took a while tonight. Honey Dane, any King Gas stream is a good stream. Thank you. Okay. All right, we've got now some food from here, so let's head on back to HQ. I mean, we got quite a lot of stuff to do still, because I can still go to the castle, meet up, get that quest moving, which will unlock some settlers, and give us another place to farm. We got plenty to do for next week. All right, and you guys are going to have to carry us through chat time. So make sure you guys got plenty of questions ready, because I have, I think I told you guys last week, I've been suffering from insomnia lately. So I'm like going so far. But I actually got, over the weekend, I got so much good sleep. And then
Hello.
The last 2 days, not so much. So I don't know what's going on. I think it's work. Work is just stressing me out. As it does for many of us. All right, logistics. Let's get them connected up to Nordhagen.
There's no way for these people to live.
I think it's coordinate. Yeah. Whoa, what was that? I don't know what I just agreed to.
Nothing to worry about. That it's, you know, safe and all.
But I just spent a bunch of resources. Okay, let's do Nordhagen Beach. Establish supply agreement.
Anyway, it's well, it's.
And now we're gonna need some more logistics staff here.
Louis Jordan is up next. Spelled Louis.
All right, where is that? I gotta find the radio and kill it.
How about that? Local sports.
Man, I could really use a cigarette.
Where's that coming from?
Hey, good to see you.
Oh, is it in here? Oh, hey, our little dining room build.
Yes.
Sorry, guys. I love the in-game radios, but my channel demands I turn that off. Hey, very nice. We got plenty of eats around here. This one's a little dark, but that's okay. Oh, look at that Deathclaw hand. Delicious. I'm guessing that this was supposed to be hanging up there, but the physics were still enabled, so it popped down. Okay. All right, let's come over here and save. We'll see if Mala wants to ruin another cutscene for us. Save LP day 35 pre-Jake scene. All right. This will be our last little bit we do for today, and then we're gonna hang out and talk.
Hey, Slick. Good to see you. The new antenna parts are working exactly as we hoped. Thanks to the improved bandwidth, settlements are already receiving the benefit. We're getting crystal clear signals from all our ASAMs. And seeing that has given me an idea. I'd like you to help me with something. Something personal.
You've got my attention. Let's hear this idea.
I want to record a new radio message for Laura. I want to tell her about all our new settlements. About how thanks to the HQ and our upgrades, some might even grow bigger and better than somewhere like Diamond City. And I'd like you to record a few words too.
Sure.
Sure, I can do that.
Great. Hang on, let me just set up a few things. Okay, we're ready. Hey there, sweetie. It's your dad. Sorry it's been a while. There's a lot of things that need my attention recently. But with my partner's help, we've been doing a lot of good work. Speaking of my partner, I've got someone who would like to say hello. Go ahead, Slick. Introduce yourself.
Hey there, pal.
They're the one I told you all about. The Vault Dweller from the past. It's thanks to him we've made so much progress building settlements. They're helping to rebuild the Commonwealth. And I wouldn't be surprised if very soon the entire region becomes a thriving metropolis. Just like Sanford used to be.
I didn't do it alone.
That's true. We have had a lot of help. It's not just me and my partner. Others have joined the cause too. Even the people of the Commonwealth are lending a hand.
Lupe's like me. Look.
For the better. I don't know if you and your mom have found somewhere to settle down yet, or if you're still searching. But I don't think you'll find anywhere better than what we've made here in the Commonwealth. And things are only going to keep improving. So, make sure your mom hears all about it, okay? All right then. I hope to see you soon, sweetheart. Bye for now.
Stay safe, buddy.
Huh. That went rather well, I think. Thanks for helping out. I don't know if Laura will ever hear that message. But it felt good to record it. All right, moving on. Now that the intent has been improved, there's something else I'd like us to try. Now, I told you about those strange parts the gunners added to the comm hub, right?
Yeah?
Well, since I didn't know what any of it was, I decided to play it safe and just disconnect it all. But I've been thinking, the gunners added those parts for a reason. So maybe some of that hardware might be useful to us. So what I'd like to do is to try incorporating some of these parts into the comm array.
So, what's the issue?
Well, I'm not sure what any of these new parts are, or what they do. So before we try to integrate any of these parts, we need to learn the function of each of them. For this, we're gonna need a whole team well-versed in careful theorizing, experimentation, and analysis. We're gonna need a bunch of scientists. I've already spoken to Cassandra, and she seemed willing for her and her crew to take on the task. I added the project to her board, so when you're ready, go assign it so everyone can get to work. All right, that's all for now. I'll catch you later.
Oh, hello.
There we go. Okay, so I put a while he was talking, I put a little thing on my report. I need to remember to put a flag on this animation marker so that it doesn't get used during quest scenes, because like I'm sure some of you have played through the finale and had that happen where some random NPC decides to go use the terminal during it, which would be really awkward. So I need to I need to make sure that that thing is set up. Also, it looks like it's misaligned a little bit because that doesn't look great. Come on, Lupe. Reach the keyboard. Okay, so there's a good spot to stop. So if any of you guys were curious about kind of the design of Commonwealth Rising, I think I've discussed this before, but one of the reasons that that quest exists as it does and the numbers on some of the projects are so high is basically we needed some like underlying goal to kind of push you through the different, playing around with most of the different departments. So like facilities you would naturally build up because you just want to build stuff, logistics because you need the supplies, and then security and admin will tend to, like, security will make more sense when we introduce the next chapter about where it's useful, and then admin is one of those things where when you start seeing the deserters and you want to stop it, then you naturally put more people in there. But the to get engineering and science, we have two, like, the big projects. So, like, engineering's got the big power push, and then with science, we offer the medical stuff as an option, but one of the ones to be like, okay, well, you need to get your staff up to a reasonable size, ended up coming in the form of the of this project here, of needing to get up to 75 science energy. So it was kind of a way. It was kind of a way, not necessarily to force to gate progress. The idea was more to and give players a goal that was story oriented, of like why they should pump more people into a department. And that's why we ended up with those. That was actually a lot of Commonwealth Rising was devised around. It was not supposed to be rushed through. It was just going to be like, make sure that players constantly have a story-driven goal to engage with HQ. So, all right, let's get out of here and head to settlement for our normal TFC and chat. Oh yeah, that's right. I can fast travel out of here. So let's go off to, what do we got here? Meet the Minutemen near the castle. Nope, not ready to that right now. Kill raiders and Dunwich boars. What's going on up here? Oh yeah, there's that research bunker. All right, we'll go to, let's pick a different settlement today. We're always hanging out above Sunshine. How about we go, oh, look at how many people are in Starlight. Let's go to Starlight.
I can feel it.
Check out what's going on there. I feel like it was just 16 a minute ago. Now it's 18. That's pretty awesome. We might be able to get some serious farm progress going here next episode. Get the, maybe trigger the high-tech unlock.
Yeah?
Okay, alright, well, let's set ourselves up with a final... Whoa. Oh, we got some Minutemen patrols popping in. Alright, save. LP day 35, end of session. And then we need set game hour to 11. Force weather. And set time scale 0.1. And finally TFC. Okay, we'll put ourselves up here. Watch the people of Starlight wander around doing their thing. Alright, so now I'm going to switch over to chat mode. Going to go scroll back up a little bit, catch some of the questions I missed. And so just keep questions coming if you guys want to hear me ramble about stuff. I'm sure I've got plenty of stories to tell or retell about the mod, or I can answer some questions for you guys, or I can even show you guys some stuff if you want to know how to do specific things that maybe you haven't seen me do. Let's see here. So here's a question for you. When you decide to side with a faction, are the unique settlers assigned with a faction you betrayed turn hostile to you? So we have it set up to do so. I have not checked if it worked, because it was one of those things where if it's broken, it's not the end of the world, and people probably prefer to keep the settlers anyway. I do know that if you are hostile to a faction, it does, well, I shouldn't say I know. It is set up in their configuration so that they won't be eligible to appear anymore. But because they may have appeared, like a lot of times settlers are released into the world before you find them. Like, part of what the Ron is offering is for you not to have to go chase them down. He can also trigger new characters to appear that haven't yet, but are like, all their requirements are met. But it also, just depending on what you're building, so all the unique settlers appear based on certain requirements. So there's like under the hood requirements for all of them. It's usually like a certain number of settlements, or you need to have a plot with a certain plot, or settlement with a certain plot makeup. Like some of them are attracted to heavy commercial zones or heavy industrial or whatever, and that will make them appear. And the settlers, once they are eligible, they will get released into the world, and then they'll travel between a few settlements. And then you can stumble upon them, or you can pay the Ron to point you to them. Now, all of the unlock requirements to release them into the world, if they are a faction-specific settlement, or if they mention a settlement, like an example is, can't think of her name, Julie Foreman. She's like super anti-Brotherhood. So if you side with the Brotherhood and you completed the game with it, so we consider siding meaning like you finished the whole game, you killed off the other factions, then she is flagged to not appear anymore. But if she already appeared, then, you know, that flag, obviously it's too late for that to kick in. And I know we do have, I remember writing code, or at least notes about code, to turn them hostile to you later, but I don't know if that's working, and never bothered to confirm it, because I'm kind of okay either way. Like if it's just like, you know, you can headcanon to yourself why they stuck around, or because, you know, some of those characters, like someone like Julie Foreman, they're not really like combat characters. They're just, you know, just people. So they can hate somebody without having to turn on them, right? Like they can hate the Brotherhood and still live there. You know, I know plenty of people who hate America and live here. So there's, you know, it's not like you have to love the people in charge. So I'm okay with either way. But that's what was intended to happen, was they would turn on you. I think what would make more sense is for them to just leave than have them all of a sudden start fighting you, because it would be kind of dumb, right, for them to be like, oh, you sided with the Brotherhood, and then they try and fight your whole population, including your turrets. That's just, you know, like that's one of the things with the synth things that always makes no sense, when occasionally you come back to your settlement and a synth was detected and all your settlers murder one person. So yeah, the intention is for them not to be your settler anymore if you side with their enemy, but I don't know that it's working like that. Leaky Lou, sorry, not the 4294 bug. I meant the bug where suddenly you have like only 3 food or 2 beds, even though you definitely have more. Then go into the settlement, just fixes it. Is that the same bug? So I'm pretty sure that we resolved that from happening. So in Workshop Framework 2.3.0, we now persist all the workshop items that add resources. So all of your your beds, your defense production, your power production, all that stuff should be persisted so that it can't just suddenly lose its values. Now you still can run into an issue with like if auto assignment goes crazy. Like sometimes auto assignment will trigger and decide to juggle everything. And I'm not talking about some settlements auto assignment. I'm talking about the base game. The base game has this weird thing where when you ride into a settlement, it tries to reassign everybody to their own items, and sometimes that can conflict with like SS2's auto assignment or you know, any other mods you have that add assignment controls, and it can cause some chaos. So I think that might be what you're running into. I mean, that's just an engine problem. Like there's just some flaws in the way they have some of this stuff designed with the maintaining ownership of items. Could be that. Can also happen sometimes if like you have a massive sickness outburst and then all your people get incapacitated, then all their plots will get unassigned, and then maybe you come back and it just happens to be that they're that the trigger of you arriving happened to be that, you know, triggered the hospital or triggered the, because anytime you fast travel, you're triggering a time passage. Anytime a disease outbreak happens, it will get cured quicker if you have a hospital or clinic. And even faster if you have the cure researched through HQ, but they also eventually all just go away. So that way, like part of the disease system was making it so that you didn't have to micromanage it. It would eventually just resolve itself, and it just becomes an irritant that you can eventually level your way out of by investing in HQ Science Department. And so that maybe that's what you're talking about. Or if you're talking about something you've seen in vanilla and it just happens, then yeah, you might be right. It might be just script laggy. Just it's an issue with the way the creation engine is set up. The creation engine is not designed for settlement gameplay, and it's definitely not designed for something like some settlements where we're trying to create this like massive network of resource generators. You know, like we're kind of treating this like a 4X, where we're trying to let you build up an empire across the giant map and let it all stay running. Patch 2.30 of Workshop Framework should have seen massive improvements for you. It does require you go visit all of your settlements, and not in rapid succession. Anytime you go bouncing from settlement to settlement, unless you're on a good system, like I can do that on my system for the most part. I got a good processor. I've got my Papyrus resources set way high in my INI settings, and I am running buff out to deal with some crashing issues, and it helps with just helps the game run better in general. So like under those circumstances, you can probably do it. But otherwise, if you installed 2.30, you're still having issues with your resources, I would say plan on making a tour of your settlements. Don't rush it. Go to each one, hang out, look around, look at what your settlers are doing, see if there's any plot things you can sort out, just to let time pass so that you're not overwhelming the scripting engine. So that should resolve. And then in addition to helping with resources, it won't necessarily, yeah, I guess it would help with this. With the patch 223, the last patch of SS2, I fixed several resource sharing bugs, which may have been causing some wonky issues in that regard. For if you were relying on resources coming in through caravans, those numbers should be a lot more stable. But anybody who watched my bug stream patch last week knows that still the numbers weren't quite stable, and I think that some of that is going to turn out to be just part of the engine. It's just the engine does not want to preserve all of these numbers on all these items across the whole game world. It wants to be able to unload data in and out of its memory, which, you know, makes sense. You can't keep everything in. Usually I think games like 4X games like Stellaris or Civ are going to have like databases where they just record all these numbers in a very stable place that's low memory, but I don't think Creation Engine has such a thing. Long answer to a simple question, because I don't really know. Like, it's hard to answer that question of like, why aren't the resources stable? Because there's a lot of black box stuff here about what we just don't know what's happening under the hood. So we have to kind of guess, and we try to make fixes based on that information. And often, if the fixes work, then we assume, hey, some of our information must have been correct. Nick Carter, I keep on getting distress signal found while in each HQ, even though I turned it off in Fallon's. Huh. Distress signal in Fallon's. Are you saying you're getting it while inside of HQ? Because I don't think that should even be detecting signals from outside at GNN. So that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Finding signals is a pain in the butt. So there's somewhere in, if you ever notice when you start up your game with SS2, you get immediately like a radio signal detected. I'm pretty sure that that's coming from us, and I can't figure out which one, because detecting where radio signals are coming from is almost impossible. We even got Xedit scripts to dump all things that create radio signals, and I can't figure out which one it is for the life of me. I've tried on multiple occasions. This was just like something I don't think Bethesda realized that they would need to troubleshoot. So as far as I know, there's no way in the creation kit to even do this. Like, without Xedit, we would never even be able to detect it. They just have to like be responsible with your radio signals. And unfortunately, somebody on our team didn't know what they were doing or didn't realize the consequences of it and put a radio emitter somewhere that is enabled at the beginning of the game. Fortunately, it only happens right at the beginning, and then it's never a bother and doesn't show up on your radio. But to me, it's really unimmersive and irritating. I hate little mistakes like that, because I'm reminded of them every time I load up a fresh save to test things. So maybe you have a mod like that that's causing that distress signal to show up. Oscar Fry, not really a question, but I would love to see Tom Shulk as Jake and River Canoff as Aiden do a copy of Who's On First. I don't know when the next time I'm going to have a guest on. I haven't been making it a priority just because I have to coordinate with somebody, and then that's all I say. I haven't made it a priority. We'll just leave it at that. It's very easy and stress-free for me to just log on Wednesdays and just play, not have to worry about anything else. Like, if anybody reaches out to me on our team or in our squad and wants to be on, or if somebody suggests somebody, then I usually reach out to them. But otherwise, if I'm left to my own devices, I usually won't. And as far as getting voice actors on, I'm happy to do it again, but I want to do it late. Like, one of the people that I would love to have on, it would be Glenn, who's Jammer's VA. If we ever get Conqueror back, I'd love to have him on and do a similar thing like we've done with Aiden and Jake. I don't know how good a relationship we have personally with some of the other VAs and everything, or if any of them would even just be interested in being on and doing that or not. I'm sure some of them would. Kobus will know. Maybe he'll end up DMing me later with some ideas if that's worth pursuing. Who would you guys like to hear from? Who did you? I know you guys loved the Jake and Aiden thirst tweet sessions that we ended up doing. Any others you guys would be after? I'll tell you a person I would love. Actually, here's a voice actor I'd love to have on, just because I know how many great voices they do. Is the voice actor who did Berman, because he has done a ton of characters for Conqueror, and his range is insane. He's got so many cool voices he can do. He might be a fun one to bring on. We don't work with him a ton now because he just had Berman had a pretty small role voice wise, and like an impactful role, but not a ton of lines. Although I'm sure Kobus is still friendly to him, because we worked with him a lot during Conqueror. Ron Stoppable, your showcase load order seems to be very low on mods. Do you even play the game in private? And if so, do you use more mods? I'm intentionally keeping my load order small because I want to have a save files that I can investigate with. So the problem with a bunch of mods is when you guys try and send me saves, I can't do much with them, because there's either I have to go download all your mods, which would be time consuming. And it also, more importantly, is that some of those mods could be causing conflicts, which could be causing some of the issues, and it's hard to determine that. Like, if I'm just trying to I'm trying to focus on bugs I know SS2 is causing, then I need clean saves, and that's what this offers me. I do not play Fallout 4 in private. This is my time to play. I just don't have time. I have to sacrifice. It's like, if I want to build a mod at this scale, most of the time to do that comes from what would have been my gaming time prior. You know, it takes a lot of hours a week to work on the mods, so I excuse me. Whoa, man, I've got all sorts of hiccups and stuff. I sacrifice my gaming time to build the mod. So I do like playing with other mods. Anybody who's watched through my I had 2 playthroughs on this channel with SS1, and I used huge load orders for both of them, like 200 plus mods. And both of them, I don't remember if both of them I did or just one of them. We did community suggestions for the mods, which was a lot of fun. It would be like every week people would comment with mods, and I would look through the list and look them up and find if any of them seemed like they might be up my alley. I installed them, and then the next week we saw how it went, and it was an interesting experiment. It was fun. I found a lot of cool mods I'd never played with that way, and then we had some others that I'm pretty sure caused some instability issues in my load order, but it was fun. It was a fun experiment anyway, and I'm pretty sure I did it both times. I don't remember though. But yeah, I love playing with mods. I had to make a sacrifice if I want to work on the mod at the pace I'm doing for Chapter 2 and 3. Chapter 1, it was a lot less stressful because I took a lot longer to do my part, whereas Chapter 2 and 3, I'm doing a lot of coding in a relatively small amount of time, so I don't have time to keep up with multiple playthroughs. And I still like to occasionally play other games. Like I've got a Skyrim playthrough going through that I've been neglecting. I haven't played in a few weeks, and once in a while I like to pop into stuff like lately I've been doing a little bit of MTG Arena, and I usually have a what do you call it, roguelike or roguelite that I'm into that I'll pop in and play a match once in a while. So my game time is stripped down to the minimal, and gives me more time to work on the mods. Chris Peterson, part 1 of 2. Realize you addressed some of this earlier, but when I enable the mod in Vortex and then unroll it, I get a message that I have not seen previously. Let's see if I can find your part 2. My screen just jumped and I lost you. Part 2, here you go. You have a normal plugin and at least one light plugin sharing the FE load order index. Deactivate a normal plugin or all your light plugins to avoid potential issues. I don't know. I've never seen that. Maybe somebody else in chat will know how to deal with that. That is, I've never played with a load order big enough to hit that, so I've never had to deal with it. Tony, 2013 FL. So when Chapter 3 comes, is there going to be time to get the HQ running good before the gunners come back? So with Chapter 3, one of the things we'll be introducing is we will be backfill, and we may end up doing this like the patch before Chapter 3 comes out. So anybody who's been around for a while with SS knows how we like to do things, and it's usually once we have a deadline, or I'm sorry, a end date kind of in our heads where we're like, okay, we need this amount of time, then I start to wrap up patching for the current content. Then it'll be like, okay, that's going to be the last patch till release, and then it's can be anywhere from, I think I've released as soon as like 3 weeks after calling that date to, I think between Chapters 1 and Chapter 2, I think I went dark for like 2.5 months before, maybe not that long, but once we get to that point, either right when the last patch before we go dark, pre-Chapter 3, or on Chapter 3's launch day, we will have an alternate means for you to go through HQ, because we want people who don't enjoy the system or who are on their subsequent playthroughs and just, they did it once all the way through and don't want to do it manually again. Or people who are playing through for the first time and don't want to have to spend that much time before they get to the next part of the story. We will have kind of skip options in HQ. So it'll be something like the equivalent of not quite a city plan, but something like the way we're kind of currently envisioning it. It'll be something like you put someone else in charge, and then every time you leave and come back, there'll be a few more rooms built. So then, just naturally running around doing other questing, or we'll probably pace out the Commonwealth Rising quest so that you don't have to do it manually, and maybe like you leave, go somewhere else, and a day passes in game and it triggers the next step automatically. So that way everybody will get a chance to see all the content regardless of whether they the HQ system clicked with them or not. I don't know if that answers your question, but yeah, we want people to make sure they have, like, the Chapter 3 will play better, it'll feel better if you have a built-up HQ for sure, because HQ is going to be the center point for a lot of our story moments. Like, that was part of why we did HQ, is we wanted something that would feel fun for the player to spend a lot of time in. But also we needed somewhere safe that we could run story moments, because one of the problems is anybody who played through Conqueror knows is running story moments out in the wild of the game world is often a disaster. You end up, I mean, even in our controlled environment of HQ, you saw that Lupe interrupted a scene, or like at another time we had Mala interrupt a scene. Like it even happens even in our controlled environments. Like part of that is we tried to let the AI be a little bit wandery, and I should probably tighten that up and just be like, okay, you know, this room is off limits except to, you know, our core characters, and I could set that up. I kind of like the NPCs wandering in. It makes it feel more alive and feel more natural. But you know, I probably might have to change that tune just to make sure we maintain control of that for quest consistency. And I just went off on a tangent there about NPCs. Anyway, so HQ is very important to SS2's Chapter 3. Alabama Hellbilly. How does Jake and SS2 react to going Raider via Nuka World? I'm afraid to run it for fear of systematic problems with the system and Jake's reaction to Raiders. We don't have any reaction to it. It's one of those things we kind of want to let players play how they want to play. We have some stuff that's going to deal with some player choice as far as, like, you know, the ideology their character follows that will be coming in Chapter 3. But I think that we've opted for just kind of always accept the player's motivation, and like maybe some of the characters can respond negatively to your decisions, but we're not going to it's not going to be like characters abandon you, because we want players to be able to play how they want and not get punished for it, or be forced into a certain set of choices. Like I know in sometimes it's one of those things, like a lot of games will advertise, I wouldn't say a lot, some games will advertise that as a selling feature of like, have to make difficult choices, and then you kind of get penalized for it, and sometimes that can be fun. But I think one of the things that's a draw for Bethesda RPG is it's kind of like a way for you to play how you want to play and do what you want to do. So having the story, you know, automatically like kill off your dreams of, like, let's say you want to be a raider who's side by side with Jake, and you've headcanoned that, and if we just prevent that from happening, then we've just ruined your single player experience. But there's also argument that maybe we ruined somebody else's experience who wanted to see Jake get mad and leave or something. I don't know. It's a tough line to walk, but we've kind of opted for, we'll just let the player kind of do what they want for the most part, and we'll not have, I'm happy with commentary, but not a bunch of serious consequences. Now there will be some moments that are going to be coming in Chapter 3 where there will be things that can happen based on your choice, but they'll be like at the end of our story. I don't want to spoil anything. I'll just say that there are some moments where there's going to be choices to be made, but we don't want to do things like you're arbitrarily completing quests outside of ours, and it's not obvious. We don't want to make it so it's not obvious that something's going to happen, right? Like that always feels bad, of like, you're just playing random quests and all of a sudden a bunch of stuff happens that you had no way to anticipate. Going back to what we were talking about earlier with the characters and regarding your faction choice. You know, when some of these characters come along and they tell you how much they love a particular faction, or that they are members of that faction, and then you destroy their faction, I think that's you should see that coming, that you're going to lose those characters. But, deciding to be Nuka World Raider, and maybe you should see it coming with Jake. I don't know. I know we're not responding to a lot of the DLC because of it would require tying into them. Like, it would require making them a dependency, and we have technical reasons of why we can't tap into Nuka World and Far Harbor. Tying into those could potentially create a situation where we can't edit our mod correctly without a bunch of CK hacks, and it might make our lives miserable as developers. So we're not going to mess with those DLC. There is a chance we parent to the other smaller DLC, because it would make it so that we would get some new toys to play with for decorating and everything. And at this point, we've kind of accepted that anybody still playing Fallout 4 at this point has at least the DLC. We're never going to parent to Creation Club, unless they make some of it permanently free, like they did with Skyrim. Like now in Skyrim, you get, I don't know, like fishing and a couple other things for free. Like if Bethesda ever does that, we might use some of those assets. But otherwise, our plan is to stick to assets available in the small DLC and in the base game. So reacting to Nuka World would require us to tie into that. But I'm trying to talk about this without giving away Chapter 3 stuff. There are some things coming in Chapter 3 where we could use the same stuff we're already going to have for Jake to react negatively some things to you, and we could probably tie into some Nuka World code events. So currently, there's no penalty for doing it. And I would say that if we introduce some sort of penalty in the future over it, it would be like verbal only. I would imagine. Like I can't think of anything in our story or any, you know, like part of this comes down to like bandwidth. Like I would love if we had it so that, you know, outside of the talk of, you know, we should let players do what they want. I would love there to be more, you know, interactivity between all the vanilla stuff or all the DLC stuff and our stuff, but it comes down to just, it takes so much time to do this. It's taking us, you know, like it's going to take us over a year, I think, at this point to do Chapter 3, just with the content we're doing ourselves. And then to also tap into all of Bethesda stuff, it would just add months and months of work. So it's, at some point we just got to call it like, sorry, I can't go, you know, we could go more immersive, but at the cost of the limited time we have. So I think you should be safe doing Nuka World, and maybe we'll have some interactivity that reacts to it, but I don't think it'll be anything extreme. Let's see. Sinister 1, what are your high priority items to try to get into SS2 before Chapter 3? Other than the Conqueror features, one of the mechanics you want to get into Chapter 3. My high priority is pretty much going to be that poll I did. So I put out that poll about some features, and that list of features came from, it was like stuff that I wanted to do. Some of it was enhanced by some conversations I had with a few patrons. And those are some of the things I want to get done before Chapter 3. The other one would be that thing I talked about with giving HQ an alternate way to play for people who, you know, are not interested in doing it, or who, you know, on subsequent playthroughs just don't want to do all the work involved, because it is quite a lot of work to get a full HQ. As you guys have seen, we've been working on it for like 20 weeks now, of that, like, you know, getting all of your empire set up in a way to support HQ is a time-consuming process. And so I want to get that done too. But the list, let me see if I have that thing handy. Let me bring up my list. So for people who didn't see the post I did on my community page, your channel, community. So, okay. So one of the things I want to do is give some more quality of life to the unlock system. Like make it so that you can go back and view all the unlocks you got. I would really love to have a way to show in-game what triggered each unlock. So like maybe like a message you could read, like we could put a message in the game, you know, those little pop-up messages. Like we could add one of those to the unlocks that doesn't show immediately when you get the unlock, but you would have an interface to go back and look at it, so that way people could learn without going to the wiki of like, you know, why did I get this unlock pop up? Like what did I do recently that caused it? Stuff like that would be nice. I would like to redesign the weather got all weird. Let's fix that. I would like to redesign the disease system in a way that makes it feel a little less jarring. So I think the common complaint is people feel like they're running around trying to find disease cures, and they're just constantly smacking their settlers with them. And that some people feel like the difficult diseases kick in too quickly. So I'd like to smooth that out so it doesn't feel so punishing to people who are just kind of casually playing the mod. Like for hardcore, I'm sure it's just, you know, it's what you go in expecting. I see the Brahmin walking on the stage there. But I would like to smooth out the disease system. And one of the things that with the disease system is funny, that I've had this conversation with a lot of people about it, is, and I think this is it's a situation we went through also with some of the other parts of SS2 versus SS1. It's difficult to introduce a new problem into a gameplay loop, because when you introduce solutions to problems, people are very happy. So like everybody has the problem of carry weight in a Bethesda game, right? So if you introduce a solution to that, you're a hero. But if you introduced carry weight in the first place, like if your mod is what added it, then you introduced like a punishment mechanic that right out of the get-go. And even though it's there from the start of your character, you still remember your previous playthroughs where it wasn't there, and that like you didn't have that problem to deal with. And so that's how you're always like mentally comparing new things. And like some people love those punishment mechanics and will like download more of them. Like I know there's a lot of mods that enhance survival or add new levels of complexity and stuff. And so like we did that in SS2 in Chapter 2 when we introduced diseases, and for some people I'm sure it was like awesome, more stuff to like, you know, have to think about. And then other people who are here for, you know, just for the story or just for the ease of building are just like, I don't want another thing to manage, I didn't sign up for this. So then I think for a lot of those folks it's irritating. I was trying to find a happy balance with diseases to where it was like it was something that you would be aware of and you'd be constantly made note of, but it wouldn't impact your gameplay too negatively until you let it go for a long time. And by the time that got to that stage, you would have access to things like the hospital. And I don't think we're quite there. Like, I don't think the smoothness is at that level. I think instead, disease cures feel like a chore, which I don't like. Like, I almost want to like turn them off by default and make them a thing that you can enable on your own if you want, because then people won't think about it anymore. And then diseases I want to make sure that they don't hit certain tiers, like make it so like incapacitation can't happen until after you unlock the hospital, stuff like that, like little smooth things we could smooth stuff out so that people don't feel like it's a punishment. Because I think even some people who don't mind punishing mechanics just don't want them when they don't have anything they can do to deal with them, right? Because like when you get those higher end diseases after, and they are already locked, the higher end diseases can't happen until later. But I think for some people who play a little slower, they can still eventually get to that higher level before you get access to the hospital. I think like that was a mistake. But I think people don't mind the mechanics as long as they have a solution to them. And because our solutions are gated behind quest moments, it can feel like, you know, you're kind of stuck. Another solution, you know, like, and stuff like that there's just some of the examples of things we'll fix. So I talked about earlier, probably going to make disease cures craftable, maybe in the next patch, because it would be real easy to do, and cheaply craftable, like something you can just use your excess crops to craft. And there are a couple other things I want to do with the disease system to smooth it out and make sure that it never feels like you can't respond to what's happening. Another one on the list, the next one down, is smooth out the pacing of Chapter 1's tutorials and stories. So I think we've had a lot of people who we've watched live stream the mod for the first time because it got added to a bunch of collections. So I know we've seen a lot of people play SS2 for the first time. And one of the common things that has been noted is when people get to some of our longer timers, like we've got a couple of timers in there where there's 48 or 72 hours before something happens, is that some folks get pulled down a new storyline during that time, or they think SS2 story is stuck, when in reality it's just that we were giving you breathing time so that you could actually engage with the rest of the game or the SS2 mechanics you learned about, and we want to smooth that out. So one of the ideas I think for that will work well is do the same thing we did with Conqueror. So the way Conqueror was gated is you had full control over when the story would progress by just taking over more settlements, and the number of settlements that you conquered would determine when the next story moment would unlock. So I kind of want to do the same thing with SS2's Chapter 1, is anytime one of those timers kicks in, if you hit a certain settlement threshold, it would shortcut the timer. And that way, because building up settlements, doing city plans, like that feels like time is passing. Even if it's not a ton of time in game, it makes it feel like time would be passing. And so that can get the same kind of feel for it. Because like the story moments, not only is it time for you to play, but it also makes it feel like some time has passed, so that you feel like it makes sense for characters to suddenly have new things for you or whatnot. So it's a lot of the pacing in Chapter 1 has a lot of timers involved, and I know that feels like for people who've played a lot, it feels like they're just forced to quick wait a couple of times, and for people who have never played it, it can feel like maybe the quest is broken, which that's fair. Like a lot of mods with quests are broken. This mod still has plenty of bugs to be fixed. So we would like to smooth that out. And then there's also the other issue with that, which will be harder to solve regarding the tutorials and story, is I actually think that we made a mistake with making the last 4 plot types unlock when we did. I think instead they should be staggered out through all those quests. But we would need to do some rewrites for dialogue to do that. I think we could get around having to redo like the Vault-Tec Hub quest, but I think we would have to do some rewrites to handle the fact that the plot tutorials are new plots unlocked, because we wouldn't want to have to do a bunch of changes to the way things are set up. So there's multiple levels to our quests. So the one level is the dialogue. That is pretty easy to change, and that's kind of where I would want to focus with that, because at changing in a lot of the stuff where the player has to do things or responding to objectives, like that introduces territory where if we mess with that too much, it could just be a constant cascade of broken things that we're taking weeks, months, if not longer to fix. And I don't want to introduce that, but changing some of Jake's dialogue lines out to instead of him saying like, oh, we got those new plot types you wanted, if he said something else and it was just, something else story related, or focus on the comm hub as the big thing that happens in the Vault-Tec Hub instead of the plot types, then we can just have the other plot types show up in other ways, whether it be, some settler, we introduce some new character who just comes along and sells you the plan, or old Paul figures it out, or stuff like that. Little tiny things we could do to introduce them a little sooner, or just do it through unlocks. Just make it, just hand wave away that Jake had to give you the other ones, and you just trigger them through unlocks after you build, a certain number of industrial, boom, next municipal unlocks itself, or something like that. But basically smooth all that out, so that it feels like players have more control and that you're getting enough time to play with all the plot types and whatnot. So something like that. There's a potential, depending on where the team is as far as and where everyone's got to do. I also thought of another way to approach that would be to introduce some smaller quests in there. So I think another big complaint people have with the Chapter 1 story is how long it takes to do If I Had a Hammer. I think one of the things I'm seeing as after doing this so long is people seem to not enjoy quests that could potentially take a long time. So like in my head, the way when we designed these was it would cause people to do something else and then do this quest over a longer period of time. But in reality, what ends up happening is people want to laser focus down their quests, and then ends up not feeling good. So the two examples would be If I Had a Hammer, if you're playing on hardcore, is a really obnoxious quest because you have to get so many resources if you're trying to laser focus it. If you're just playing it, if you just approach it like, oh, I don't have to do this quest right now, it's meant to be a quest I just complete over time, it doesn't feel bad, but most people don't play it like that. And then Commonwealth Rising is the other one that feels really bad in that regard. If you're just trying to laser focus it down, you just feel like you're doing a grind because there's just so much stuff you have to do when it was meant to be almost like a miscellaneous objective. Like I treated it, the way we talked about it in development was always like, those are kind of our, like Factorio, like build the rocket and escape. Like that's your kind of objective overall. Or Minecraft, I guess it's go beat the Ender Dragon, right? Like you have like this goal in mind overall that's supposed to direct your general, so you have like something to chase. But I think the way we play Bethesda games is we just want to keep our quest log empty, right? So then it causes everybody to focus fire. So and we're going to try this new theory for Chapter 3's tutorial sections for its new mechanics, of instead of giving you one mega quest, is giving you a bunch of smaller quests instead. So that way you can laser focus them and it never feels like a slog. You'll have new story moments happening that drag you through. And I kind of want to do that with both Chapter 1's introduction to tutorials and stuff, and I would love to go back and do Chapter 2 as well with HQ, of make it a series of smaller quests, make them optional, so people who know how to do it all can skip them unless they just want the XP, to just kind of stagger things out a little bit, and that way we can do it without slowing the story down. So I had left the writers with a really big project, a very tough project with our tutorials sections. Is first they had to write them only based on ideas of, because we would develop while we were writing, so we didn't know exactly how everything was going to play out. It would just be like I had on paper roughly how I wanted things to play out. Some of it would end up changing as we went and found out what was fun and what wasn't, and so they didn't know how the mechanics actually looked. It was just like based on how well I described them to them, and then we wanted to have the tutorial go alongside the story, and so then it was like, well, we don't want these dragging points, or we don't want to have to like ham-fist dialogue that sounds tutorially. And then so it ended up creating the HQ problem of now it's too fast-paced and there's not enough specific things spoken about what happens in HQ. And so like those are the problems we had with Chapter 1 and Chapter 2's tutorials that I would like to smooth out. I don't know. I think Chapter 1 there's a chance we get done before Chapter 3. Chapter 2 I think is going to be like post-launch. Chapter 3 we might come back and do, otherwise it's going to be, the effort's going to be put in on this like alternate build system for HQ of like, okay, I don't want to do it, you just automatically build rooms over time for me. So that is something I would like to do, is smooth stuff out, because I'm thinking about, and the reason I'm able to commit the amount of hours I do to this, and why I've been working on the same mod for so many years, is because I'm always thinking about how I treat the other Bethesda games that I play, where, I'll go back and revisit New Vegas every few years and download a handful of popular mods. And then like, that is the extent I'll play with them. And I figure a lot of people are gonna do that with SS2 as well. They're gonna come back every few years, load it up because it's got a, it's got a good reputation, hopefully still. And then I want them to just have a smooth experience. I want it to just feel like they played a great game, not that they played a mod. And so that is kind of my motivation for just keep iterating over this and try and smooth it out. And that's something I'd like to do. The next one on the list. Wow, this is a long answer to your question. Hope you were ready for all this rambling. In-game reports, and that's going to come hopefully in the next patch. I'm on the verge of just asking some people who've already done this if they want to just collaborate with me to do this. Like CBR Gamer and Pra both have in the past created pretty extensive reports and some of their side mods already, but I know a lot of you don't have those. I kind of want to stick to more like mainstream reports, like stuff that most people could. I don't want anything too complex in the reports in the base of the mod, because I think it'll just whoosh over people's heads and it'll make people feel like they're supposed to understand more than they are. But some basic information I think would be super useful, like, you know, being able to see a list of how much food you're producing across all your settlements and how much do they need, so that you can see your surplus. Like, that would be a really useful really useful tool. And I'm sure there are a lot of other things similar in vein where it's just like, I would love to see this number somewhere, but I can't. And I want to look for stuff like that and get those in, hopefully in the next patch, so that way you guys feel like you have the information at your fingertips. One of the other parts where we're missing a lot of information, and this might not come till 3.0, is the ranges. So I think one of the most common questions that comes up for new SS2 players is, how do I know how my caravans connect? And right now, like, everybody who's played for a long time has just kind of figured it out. I've talked about it being the same as the Nuka World ranges, but if you haven't played the Nuka World Raiders, you might not know what that means. And so one of the things we're working on is a custom SS2 map that's outside of the Pip-Boy. It'll be like on this screen. It'll just be like an overlay that you can bring up, and you'll be able to cycle through all the different networks. So you'll be able to see like where you have caravan connections, and not just the supply line, but actually seeing like a radial circle to see like, okay, I know that from that circle that always also overlaps Ten Pines. So if I go build a caravan in Ten Pines, it'll connect. Or you know, you may not know this, but there are under the hood networks for communications. So for the communications plots, the more of those you have, the more it extends where you can use the salvage beacons and the Mark 1 beacons. And I think a lot of people have no idea about that. They just sometimes try to use a Mark beacon. It doesn't work. They don't understand why, because there's no visual way to tell. The same is true for hospitals. Hospitals actually have a range that they will impact. They don't just impact one settlement. Cemeteries, same thing. They can, I think most people aren't using cemeteries for their intended purpose. I think most people are just using them for decorative purposes. But if you play with settler deaths on, which is an option that's available, then part of the base game, I think originally the game was shipped with that, was the idea that settlers could die during raids, and they must have turned it off at some point, because there's a mechanic built into the base game where after a settler dies, you take a huge happiness penalty for a long time in game, and like the cemetery like cuts that down to almost nothing. So like it's meant to have a benefit, and the cemeteries have a range too. And we're going to introduce a couple more plot types that will have ranges associated, and you know, not having that range at your fingertips means a couple of things. One, we can't play with that mechanic. We can't play with ranges as a mechanic because we need you guys to just kind of get it. So, you know, we've kind of put tribal knowledge out there about what it is. You know, the range is approximately from Sanctuary to Lexington for all of our mechanics. I would love to have variability to that, to be like, okay, maybe level 1 caravan has this range, level 2 has this range, but we can't do that right now because you don't have any way to visualize it, so it would just be frustrating. So we made it a little less frustrating by making the range really bigger than I would like. And so like a map will suddenly be a game changer for us. We'll be able to introduce new mechanics we couldn't, because they would have been not fun without the map. So that's another source of reports we'll be able to add, but that's taking a while. It's very complicated. We're making progress. We got some really good progress on it. Ono is kind of leading the charge on that with Scrivener, and they're making some good progress. And then the last thing on my list that I want to get in is a quest skip holotape system for the side quests. So not just the, I guess I have one more thing that didn't make that list because I don't know if I can do it on time. That's why I didn't want to have you guys vote on it, which I'll talk about in a second. But the holotape cheat thing we have is really helpful. It's very hard to maintain. I know it's got a few bugs. Like there's a few points where if you try and skip, it doesn't work correctly. And hopefully I'll get those ironed out over time. But I think that the side quests could use it as well, because sometimes when you guys are cheating, it's not because you want to skip the quest, it's because something happened that broke it. So whether it be our fault or a mod console, it doesn't matter. You should not get stuck on a quest and not be able to proceed. And I feel the same way about the side quests, especially like the Nightingales and the Concord and the CPD, like where we have quest lines where things are kind of gated behind each other. I want you guys to not have to get stuck. quest skipping for, you know, random settler 1, 2, 3, you know, or like, you know, Silas Canary's thing to gather fertilizer, that's less important to me that you have a skip for it, but might as well, right? If I can add in skips for all of our quests, I might as well. But some of them are gonna, like that, like the small quests, you know, it's easy enough to go look up the quest stages in a program and find them. But I would prefer if players never had to use something like Xedit to do stuff in the mod. That would be my preference. And the nice thing also about the holotapes for quest skipping is Xbox players can use them, whereas they don't have the option to do console command stuff like set stage. And then the last thing that didn't make it on the list, I might have more. This is the one that I remember I was like, about when I was making the poll. First of all, I had 5 limit, so I had to cut one. And then I was like, and I also don't know if this is going to make it in before launch. I'm bringing up my little, so if you guys saw my desk, it looks like pure chaos, but it's perfectly organized to me. I have a bunch of different colored note cards. I have 6 different colors, and they all have different stuff on them. I got one pile for stuff I want to investigate soon. I've got one pile for work things. I have one pile for patch ideas, sort of like patch focuses, and my patch pile I'm bringing up right now to see if there's anything else I missed. Okay, so I guess technically these are 3 different things that didn't make the list. That these are things where I would like to do them before, but if not, I'll do them post-launch for Chapter 3. So here they are. One is a leader trait expansion. So there are tons of numbers in SS2 that I have hooks in place to be modified. Like imagine things like how many people a hospital can cure per day, or how fast your salvage beacons team returns, stuff like that. Like all the different numbers involved with SS2 can all be hooked in. And I want to make hooks for leader traits. So because I know there's a bunch of leader packs, and I'm sure they would love to have more options to make their leaders more distinct. So I want to do that. Another chunk of content that I want to do for a big patch one day is department head traits. So the goal always, you know, you may have been wondering why you can assign different department heads in HQ. The goal was always to have something similar to the leader trait system for HQ, so that each department, you can have someone different assigned, and they'd provide penalties and bonuses, like things so that it would change some of the rules based on who you had assigned. So that's something I'd still like to address. And then the biggest thing that I think would be a lot of fun is I have we have ideas on paper for how the science department is supposed to play out outside of the disease system. So the disease system was only meant to be a half of what the science department does, and then the other half was going to be technological research. And we ended up with a little of it for the labs, but nothing at the scope we wanted. So ultimately we want to have the science department able to go out on research missions and collect information, and then that would unlock new projects, new tech projects. And those tech projects that we ship with would be mostly things to enhance your settlements. So like imagine you know, increasing the output of all your advanced agricultural plots would be like an upgrade type of thing they could do at HQ. Stuff like that, where it would just be, the rewards would be simple for us to program in the form of numbers. It wouldn't be like we need to offer a bunch of new visuals. For 2 reasons. One is that extra time on the art team, which I'm sure they wouldn't mind doing more cool stuff in. But the second benefit is that Xbox players are like tapped out on resources. So like we're trying to keep it minimal how much more art content we add, because textures are murder on Xbox for size. But anyway, so the science department having like a much more interesting mechanic to it than just diseases is one of my other goals I would like to get in. Don't think it's going to happen before Chapter 3, just because I know there's so much other stuff we got to do. But that's why that didn't make that list. The leader traits expansion is probably the most likely to be the 6th thing that makes that list, because HQ trait thing hasn't even been started. Like I have 0 hooks for it. It's not ready to go at all. Whereas the leader traits would just be looking over our numbers and seeing what ones we didn't support yet. Okay, so that was like the hour-long answer to your question. I think the other half of your question was, what mechanics do you want to get into Chapter 3 besides Conqueror? I'll just say no comment there, because there's a lot of them, and it's basically, I will say, if you followed Conqueror, you'll have heard many times me talking about dream features, and a lot of those are coming. That's all I'll say about that. Zero Zip, have you heard that 76 is going to be a free cam mode for building? Yes, I want that so bad. The one in Workshop Plus is nowhere near what they could do. So one of the problems with Workshop Plus is, here, I'll show you real quick, is there's a limit to how far out you can build, just because of the way the base game works. So right now, let's see if flight mode kicks in. I might have to use a hotkey for it. Yep, okay, it kicked in. So if I go to build something, which, here we go. So once I get to a certain distance, it like pulls away, because it will only allow me to go this far. My assumption with free cam mode is it's going to allow that to go further, because what I would really want for a free cam mode is to be able to be up here and still build on the ground. That's what I'm hoping they do with 76. I don't, has it made it to public beta? Is it something that can be tested? And then my next hope is that that's the kind of feature they backport if they ever do a Fallout 4 Special Edition, because man, that would be cool. That was like the one thing. So there's one of the dream features I had for Conqueror that probably isn't going to happen for this same reason. And there's a second reason for it. Besides just the distance, is also the fact that you can go side to side when you're in free cam mode, but forward you always go down, right? I want something where if I go forward, I just slide this way, right? I want to be like locked to like an XY axis movement. I want my movement keys, my WASD or my left control stick to only move me across a horizontal plane. That's what I would like, and then have to do some other buttons to go up and down. That's what I would like for it, and that's what I'm hoping they add in the free cam mode. I don't think they will. I'm betting that they just do this. It is going to end up just being like it, but I'm hoping they at least make this distance longer. So hopefully they have some improvements to this. I know there's a thing you can do, like if you hold down like A, you can kind of adjust further, but it only goes horizontal. It doesn't, or you can do, I don't remember what buttons they are, to go up, down. I don't remember what the buttons are, but not just like, I just want to go like forward. I want to go further away from my cursor, and that's what I would hope for a free cam mode, and it looks like that's what they have in Starfield. So I'm hoping that that's what they do for 76, is they give the Starfield and not just this janky Workshop Plus mode. Let's see. Scrolling down, Nick Carter, yeah, shows up inside HQ, and the signal is from inside Fallon's in the storeroom. Is it from inside Fallon's, like the one that's in that area that's outside GNM, that's over by like where you do the raid? Or is it, are you talking about a different Fallon's? I think that's what you're talking about. Carvac, I am happy to jump on again. To guest. Let's see. Any news about Chapter 3? Nothing, no news really. We're starting to get the trailers going. It takes a while for us to produce those, so don't hold your breath about when it's coming out. I just know we have started like to get certain. So the things we end up with doing the trailers is we take the stuff that's close to being 100% done, and then we polish it up as best as we can so that we can show it off in video form. Let's see here. Sinister One. I do not make mods at all right now. Which are more straightforward to start with? Plots or city plans? City plans I think are the easiest thing. There's a great community that's kind of rallied around city plans that joins the contest every month. So there's a lot of people who can help you. And it's effectively you take your settlement, you export it, and then you scrap a few things, export it again, do that 3 times. And then we have a web tool that generates the plugin for you. So city plans are absolutely the easiest. I think the second most easy thing to do is World Repop. Third easiest now is HQ, which I have the beginning of the documentation. And actually, the plots are now the hardest thing. And anybody who's designed plots in S2 will tell you it's not that bad. We have the tools. So I think we're getting to a really good state in our tutorials. And mostly it's because of Pra. Pra creates these insane Xedit scripts that make producing SS2 content so easy. But I think Captain Laserbeam is one of the few people I think who has done most of the different types of mod production for SS2, so he can speak to it. But I think he said that the HQ stuff is easier than plots. I know city plans are, and I know World Repop are. So to me that means plots are now the hardest, which is kind of funny because they're not that difficult. So I'd say you can jump into whatever one interests you, as long as you're willing to read, because I don't have video tutorials on any of the SS2 plot making stuff. All of my video tutorials are based on SS1. I would like to rectify that at some point, but as I mentioned in streams before, is like I don't have time for all the video production like I used to. Like this is kind of everything in one, so this becomes my pseudo tutorials because I show you guys stuff, and then hopefully you share it with others in the form of like, oh, I saw King Gath do this, and also ends up being like my Let's Play. Is all kind of one, because this is about all the time I have to commit to it. Mod 142 does the update work okay when just in Sanctuary? Haven't left yet for a challenge play. Are you talking? If you're talking about the workshop framework persistence system, it'll work just in your one settlement. But if you built in other settlements, it won't be able to persist the items from those other settlements. Oscar Fry, I don't know if it can be done on YouTube, but I would love to see a stream with all the main character VA on once, just talking with the community. We did talk about. I do remember mentioning something like that to Cobus, like that. We thought that could be a fun thing to do, maybe after chapter 3, of like have a big panel. I think the biggest problem with that scenario is you kind of want to webcam it because you need to see who's talking. This is one of the this is actually I have a big pet peeve with Zoom meetings because it makes very unnatural conversation. Or if you watch any of these podcasts with like 5 or 6 different people streaming in, they're always really awkward because people don't want to talk over each other, and even with the cameras. And then so you get a lot of people being silent when they wouldn't, and then it's really messy. So like I've never really loved the multi-person streams. Like I've done one so far, I think, where I had 2 people on, and it was Gopher and Smart Blue Cat. And Smart Blue Cat made the Inigo mod for Skyrim, and the way that we approached that is I let Gopher do most of the talking. I knew he was a huge fan of Inigo, so I let him do most of the talking, so that way I wasn't jumping in. Because having a conversation, I think 3 is actually a magical number for conversation, like in person. I think 3 is like a wonderful number because everybody gets a good amount of time to talk, and there's rarely stagnation because one of the 3 people will have something to say. But as soon as you get into a scenario where people can't see each other, it gets so awkward. Conversations never flow smoothly. So if we did it, it would have to involve webcams, and I can't ask them to webcam if I don't, which means sometime before then I would have to face reveal, which I haven't done. So a lot of logistical issues with that. And holy crap, am I producing a lot of power in Starlight. Did you guys see that number? My moving all my farmers to power really worked here. I know we have a couple, 2 or 3 of the we got I think 3 of them. Still, that's only 300 of the power, so really producing a lot of here. So it could be fun, Oscar. I just don't know how practical it is or if it's realistic to happen. Might be instead that we just try and get some more of the folks on to chat and see if any of them would be up for it. So I think that doing the thirst tweets thing, I don't think we would do outside. Like that was just a fun thing to do with River and Tom, because I know you guys, so many of you guys are like way into those characters. Where I have not heard the same. I haven't seen any of the. Although I was gonna say I haven't seen any Rule 34 coming up for Mansfield yet. Did see it for Berman recently, which was shocking. But yeah, so I knew that that would work well for River and Tom, but I'm not sure if it would work well for any of the other characters. So I wouldn't want to have to put them on the spot with that expectation. If then like. It'd be really embarrassing if one of them went to do it and, only 2 or 3 of you guys actually super chatted. It would make them feel bad. So I'd rather not even risk it since it doesn't seem to be the same popularity among the other characters. Like the other characters where I would see people be into it would be more jokingly, would be like Old Paul seems to be a fan favorite, or some of the side characters seem to be more fan favorites than some of our main cast. And that probably has to do with how we've written them, right? Like we tried to, the spotlight is heavily on Jake, and Aiden acts as his foil, and so those 2 are naturally going to have a more fleshed out relationship than the rest of our characters. So I don't know if we'll do it. I'm not opposed to bringing on more voice actors. I think it's a lot of fun. I don't know if we would put the same pressure on them as we did with the first 2. Sky was, you would like 50 Ways to Die, surprisingly clever and witty writing, and excellent lore plot. I'm sure one day I'll check it all out. I think one of the I've a lot of the quest mods I tend to have avoided so far because people warned me that I wouldn't like them because they know my tastes. So that is why I have avoided a lot of them. There's a couple of them that are on my radar to play because I am really friendly with the creators and I want to see their stuff. Like I would love to play Seddon's I can't remember the name of it. The one where it's like Vault 4. I would love to play that because I'm really friendly with Seddon, and I think he's a great tutorial writer and like a small favorite. Like he's the one who got me jump started into Fallout 4 modding. Like saved me a lot of learning time. So I kind of want to play his mod on stream. I have no idea if it's good or not, but I know that he feels the same way I do about certain. About keeping things lore friendly, so like that is kind of a thing for me. The machine in her I know isn't super lore friendly, but I know it was really well done, and we used to work with Nika, so I wanted to show off her work, and that was a fun one to play through. I want to play through Monkey's stuff, the Diamond City Bleachers. I started to in my last playthrough, and then my last Let's Play before SS2. And then that playthrough got terminated because Conqueror never made it any farther. Or maybe it was in the COA. I don't remember which one, but both of those playthroughs ended up dying for a variety of reasons. I think the COA playthrough died because of crashing. Like it got like I don't even remember if we finished the main plot of Far Harbor. I'm pretty sure we did. I remember doing a lot of prep work for how we were going to end that, but I don't know if we actually did or not. It might have got to a point where I had to quit for time, or it might have been that my save got unstable and I had to quit. I don't remember how I ended both of those. I know they both ended anticlimactically from that perspective, just because life got in the way. And then Monkey's got a new mod coming out that I think a bunch of you guys have play tested that I want to check out as well. But otherwise, I haven't played a ton of quest mods. I'm not opposed to going and trying them just to see what's going on with them, because some of them have some cool stuff that appeals to me on, I read the descriptions, like a lot of Thuggy's mods. Some of his, like Depravity, like that sounds really cool. I kind of want to play that. The one he adds that offers new combinations of endings I want to add. My issue is always that they all require Fusion City Rising, and when I see screenshots of Fusion City Rising, I cringe a little. And like, if I'm sure he's written in reasons for why it makes sense and everything, but it doesn't feel good to me. It feels like that does not feel like Fallout. So like my immersive meter goes crazy, and I haven't been able to get myself to do it. And I'm sure there's some other great quest mods out that I should try out as well. Maybe one day. Especially since I'm asking other people to play a quest mod, I should probably play some more of them. We're unstoppable. Did you see the new Starfield stuff? I think the Persuasion minigame looks promising. No, is there new Starfield stuff out? When did it come out? Is it today? I haven't seen anything in months. I love sucking down Starfield information because that game looks so good. Chris Peterson, no worries. Maybe someone else has encountered that. Oh yeah, hopefully someone will have an answer for you. Chris Peterson, again, similar to what someone mentioned earlier regarding the reassigning resources, beds, etc. I keep getting callbacks later in game to the Sturgis Upgrade Sanctuary quest. That's odd. Did you finish it? Like, did you get the completion notice? Because I'm pretty sure that quest is set up to not repeat itself. Charles Holder, could the bug with Rise of the Commonwealth max power be because people upgrade the power room before getting the quest? I don't think so. I don't know what issue. The only issue I've seen is I know there's somebody on our forums, I believe is on Xbox, who's been talking about they showed off everything they've got. Like they've got tons of engineering staff, they've upgraded the power room all the way, tons of surplus power, and still the quest won't work for them. And I'd love to look at that save, but if it's on Xbox, I can't. So I don't know what other issues people are having. Like, we've played through it okay on camera. I know and I've done the under the hood work, and I can see that food and water for HQ are theoretically working, but my save has no surplus food and water, and that's what we started to fix today. Because like I can't analyze the numbers in HQ until I have surplus to actually draw from. So that's what we're trying to do, because that'll help me see if there's a bug in food and water, or if it's just I did a terrible job managing my network. As far as the power one, though, we've had a lot of people confirm that it works for them. A lot of people have played through the whole thing. So it's kind of like I need more. It has to be, unfortunately, has to be minimal order, load order playthroughs, because I have no idea what other mods could be interfering with stuff like that. Skywise, make Jake give you a penalty in Nuka only if you get Raider Warlord. You only get the perk if you actually raid the Commonwealth and make Raider towns. Yeah, I don't know how we're gonna handle that. I know we had to deal with it with Conqueror, of like we have to be aware of, we had to have special rules in place if the Nuka World took over a settlement, and so like we had code to handle that part, so we can at least detect that without requiring it. We can detect when Nuka World events trigger, which is good. Oscar Fry, please, you need to fix the PC in Magnuson's office. It's not lined up with the screen, so we can't read all the entries. So you know what's funny about that, Oscar, is that's a vanilla terminal. Like, we added the entries, but so like by default, that terminal that Bethesda has in the game is just broken. Yeah, it's one of those ones on the polish list of like, one day we got to figure out how to fix that. I think what's going to have to be required is we do something like either make a custom version of it, or we have to like we have to do what we did with the comm array. So with the comm array, there's actually one terminal marker that the player uses, and then there's a second one NPCs use. And that way, because if we made the NPCs use the one the players do, they would lift off into the air. And it's okay with the player because you're in first person when you do it, so you wouldn't notice. So we might do that same thing with that terminal. Of put like an invisible marker for Jake that's positioned correctly, and then do another one that just sinks the player into the floor so they can look at the terminal correctly. That's a hack we may end up using. Nick Carter, have you ever played Tale of Two Wastelands? No, I have not. I played. When did the Frontier come out? Was that last year or the year before? When the Frontier came out, I finally spun up New Vegas again. I started it like a month before Frontier came out, like when they announced the date. And I'm like, all right, this is gonna be awesome. I'm gonna get a playthrough going to New Vegas. I'll play the Frontier afterward. And then Frontier got hammed, so I scrapped that part of the plan. But I still wanted to play New Vegas, and I'd get to the same point every play, except for my very first playthrough of Skyrim or of New Vegas. Loved the whole thing. Played it all the way through to the end until I got to the slideshow. Every playthrough after that, as soon as I get to the point where you're with Yes Man and you find that Benny escaped and you're given the option to go deal with all these things, I just lose all interest in the game. I don't, every single time, even this last time, I'm like, I'm done. No, that's the end of the game for me. I think it's because the story was so compelling, pulling you through on a linear trail, and then all of a sudden they leave it up to you, and it's like, and I just like lost interest for some reason. Every time it happens to me, and I don't know why. And so I guess the appeal of making that take longer with Tale of Two Wastelands is kind of there, but I'm concerned the same thing will happen. Is I'll get through Fallout 3's story, and then it'd just be like, nah, that's enough. I'm done. So like, I'm not sure if I would commit enough to play Tale of Two Wastelands. But like, is there, for people who have played Tale of Two Wastelands, it's what I think it is, right? It's basically you play through Fallout 3, and then when you feel like you want to go to New Vegas, you go there, and then you do that quest line, right? Or is it totally different? Are you meant to go back and forth between the two locations? I always anticipated it was something like you play Fallout 3, take your Fallout 3 character to New Vegas, so it almost becomes like a sequel, which would be cool. But I don't think I ever stick with playthroughs long enough to do that. Has been my concern. Oscar Fry, thank you for the donation. I don't know when you made that, and I apologize for missing it. I was probably in the middle of my long-winded talk about upcoming features. Mesh is retracted. I wonder what you said. Feel free to ping me with another message if you want me. I mean, I'm reading all your guys' messages now, but thank you for the donation, Oscar. Appreciate it. Ron Stoppable, I'm playing on a bigger load order, so that probably adds to it, but I rather frequently start new characters, and the ASAM's introduction voice lines bug out for me on many playthroughs. Can you describe what you mean by the voice lines bug out for you? Because one of the things that I think I'm going to do in the smoothing out of Chapter 1, so Chapter 1, when we first coded it all, it was smooth as butter to get through there. And what's happened is that we've added new features, done bug fixes, and just changed the code, is it's caused the plot code to get a lot slower than it was when we first worked on Chapter 1. And so now, because we're relying on the plot code to trigger, it can get excruciatingly long, we got the hiccups, between when you build the plot and Jake actually does anything about it. And so I think what I have to do now is create like fake versions of the code that just instantly do everything, and they're isolated from the rest of the plot code to handle stuff for Jake, and then silently switch them in the background to real plots. So that way you don't have to wait for it, because that's why those quests feel wonky. If I Had a Hammer feels this way. Any of the Jake tutorial moments, they're all really slow because they have to go through the whole code process of Sim Settlements, which is like triggering all these events to tell all the other Sim Settlements 2 systems what's going on. And normally that's like one of the things that worked out well for Sim Settlements 1 and 2 is we're doing like big simulation stuff in the background, and that you expect that to go slow, right? So since Papyrus is kind of slow, it was okay for that to happen, and you would expect that. It's like, oh, the settlers are building, and so some of the time, the build time is actually just waiting for all the scripts to process, but that falls apart when you're waiting for a character to talk. And so like I think I need to like write a simple version of the plot code that's like designed just for quest moments, and use that and like have that right, and like that's something I kind of want to write for that too. But it would be like a big undertaking for a relatively small thing. But I think for players who have done this over and over again, or some new players who are coming in and just that's given them a bad taste in their mouth of like, oh man, the quest was going so smooth, but Jake took 20 minutes before he noticed I built an agricultural plot. Like that's not a good first experience. So I'd like to smooth that out. Ron Stoppel, I wish there was a pop-up or something when Jake introduces the different plot types on which you can then force the ASAM introduction voice lines to play or skip them. Yeah, similar. I mean, like, that's the kind of smoothing we could do. We talked about offering, you know, some bypasses of most of our tutorial stuff, just to make it so that people who've had enough can skip it without losing the story moments. Like, I would rather do it. I like the way, so the Sir Rick has baked some of this already in, not to our tutorials, but into our dialogue. So there's several points where Jake is going to tell you his backstory, and you can tell him whether or not you want the long version. So basically you're saying, you know, like, am I here just to, like, I just want the quick beats, or like, do I want as much background information as possible? And I think we can do the same thing for the tutorial stuff of, like, we already did it for quests, for the new plots on the block. You can just skip that whole quest. But I think we should go back and add it to the other quests too, of like, have Jake offer you the out. Like, maybe we force the very first one of like showing them the residential plots. But maybe even that's worth skipping. Like, I kind of like it as setting the tone, and then after that let you free. But one of the things that's going to happen with chapter 3 that we're introducing is we're going to be bringing in a mechanic that was, I think this was the favorite part of Conqueror, which was the pre-build system. And that was where you could set up, so when you exited the vault, there would be a bunch of city plans built. So that way your map was kind of semi-randomized. You'd walk into a settlement, it would be populated already. And so from that perspective, since it's going to be pre-populated with ASAMs, effectively, when you opt into the city plan system, effectively what you're saying is Jake was successful, right? He went around and played Johnny ASAM Seed, gave out a bunch of sensors, and they worked, and people built with them. So then from that perspective, you almost want to change his introduction a little bit and pivot the focus toward the comm hub instead of the plots. And I think that will work. I think that ends up being the focus of the story anyway. You know, it's like the gunners want the comm hub. It has all these powers. It turns into the comm array. So I think it's an easy pivot. We just need to go write a bunch of alternate lines. And I think it would be worth the effort because it would create a smoother experience for people who have already played. And it would feel very natural for people who end up using the pre-build system. So that is another point where I would hope, just like the offering the alternate HQ gameplay, that is another thing I would love to get on the docket before Chapter 3 would be some tutorially skip things. Not necessarily because I want you guys to skip the tutorial. Like, that part's not important to me. It's because of the pre-build. Because the pre-build changes the way the game world feels. And, like, now all of Jake talking like ASAM sensors or some new thing doesn't make any sense in that context, and so I would like that to feel good. And the offerings, so we could kill two birds with one stone. We could make pre-build feel better from an immersion standpoint, and let people skip quests. I think that's like win-win. So that would be nice, but it would be extra work for us to add those in to make the triggers, and we'd have to bug Tom to record some more lines. But I don't think he'd mind, because compared to what he's probably going to do for Chapter 3, I'm sure it's a drop in the bucket. Sinister One, regarding diseases, I think my only real concern was running into Incurable long before I even accessed HQ. Maybe have those start after we encounter the mole rat disease in the vault. Yeah, I mean, that's another, like, we could do all of that. We could say, like, the incurable ones only come after a certain point. Basically, like, unlock each level, because there's multiple tiers to the diseases, right? There's kind of like, first they just impact your stats, no big deal. Then they incapacitate, that's another level. Then another level would be like for people who turn on the option of, like, they could kill your settlers. And then finally incurable would be like the final level of diseases, and we could stage those out. So it's like you only get the incapacitation after you get access to either the hospital or the clinic, and then you only run into the ones that kill your settlers if you have that option after you have cemetery unlocked, or things like, and then maybe you only get incurable after HQ is a thing, like after you've established the medical department. So that way you always have something to pursue to solve the problem, and it doesn't just become like this thing you have nothing you can respond to it with, like you have no way to react to it. That would be kind of what I do with the smoothing out. Ron Stoppel, for this map idea you have, how about you guys make a new tablet-like device that has multiple SS2 functions? Could you have the vigor tester, the camera, etc.? I think like that would require a lot of, I don't think you can do custom. I mean, like, we could, I know what you're talking about. Like, we could do the thing like we did with the Vitamatic, where it shows on a screen, but we can't show flash content on there, which is what the map is, without F4SE. So that would make it, that would turn it into a PC only feature, which we don't want to do. So the map overlay, like just coming up on the screen like the workshop stuff, we can do that even on Xbox. So that's why we opted for that. I do love my utility items though, so that's a good idea. Like I love the fact that we have a bunch of weapons, quote unquote, that don't fight. And I also love there's a couple people who have been, I don't know if they've been released. I've seen multiple people working on mods that turn our faux weapons into real weapons, like you know, letting when you use the pencil to stab with the recruitment board that it does a bunch of damage. Or I think there's 2 different people who have created now, they turn the camera's projectiles into nukes, so you take a picture and it launches it causes a nuclear explosion. Those are fun. Oh, yep, Oscar called it. I think Gath is going to ramble and miss my super chat. Yes, I did. I'm sorry. Desk revival when? I don't know what that means. Please clarify. Eric Ember Studio. Send science team out to gather information. Oh, no, don't put the Ron out of business. Poor Ron. Maybe we'll have to work in... whoa, this fog. Maybe we'll have to work something in for the Ron to make him feel not left out. Let's fix that. There we go, by fog. Nick Carter, the Fallon's near GNN. The radio is inside a secret storage room at the basement level. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know why that would be. I guess, I wonder if that has an infinite range. Because usually the way, oh, you know what? I wonder if it's because, so with GNN we did something where we positioned the LOD so that like our GNN, when you look out the windows, it's the correct, like if you have built up enough of GNN to where you've fixed the windows and you cleaned, I think if you clean up the upper entryway room, the wood panels go away and you can see out the windows, and we actually positioned it so it's the right place in the world. I wonder if that's impacted by radio signals too. That'd be pretty wild. I didn't even think they would do that, but maybe that is how that works. Let's see here. Tony 2013 FL. Will there be a city plan contest pack for the last 2 city plan contests? Yeah, there's going to be, so we have a pack that we're wrapping up right now. There's going to be 1 pack. And so one of the things we're trying to figure out is how to package this. So there's the script data limit is a problem. We might release like a 1 pack that's like, hey, if you've got Baka scrap heap in, you can use this one. And it'll just be literally every city plan that we have permission to include will be included in it. It'll just be a massive city plan pack. That'll be pretty niche though. I think what we're going to do on PC is we're going to do it like we did with Chapter 1 city plan. I mean, Sim Settlements 1 city plan packs, where it's like a FOMOD installer for Nexus, where you get to choose which ones to install, and it'll just do an ESL of every one of them. And that way you just get exactly what you want. And then and that's going to include every city plan that was done for Season 3. And then all of the, well, as many as we could get permission for of the top 3 in each of the SS1 city plan contests. So No Fuss, No Muss, which is one of the designers on our team, actually joined the team to take on this crazy project to port over all of our OTC, and she worked with a few other people to do that and succeeded, and then took on the crazy project of doing the same for the Sim Settlements 1 city plan contest mega packs. But because it was so many, we opted, let's just focus on the top 3. But still, that's, you know, there were 2 contests that went 12 months apiece. So that's 30, what is that? 36 per. So that's 72 potential settlements to port. And I think somebody helped Nof for a little while, but mostly Nof has done this all by herself, ported. And I think we have permission for most of them. So it's going to be probably like 65 city plans that were SS1 only are coming to SS2 with the general improvements we did for ROTC. Like we added in storage containers and we added a caravan plot. But otherwise, they're going to be exactly the same as they were in SS1. But then you'll be able to obviously customize them the way you do in SS2. So we're bringing 2 huge city plan packs. We're not sure, again, how we're going to package them because of the script data limit. So it might be something like, for what I would love to have, and we don't have, there's no way to do it. Like my dream would be we had some sort of website where you just got to like shop and pick the ones you want and make yourself a pack of exactly 1 for each settlement. That's not feasible. So at least for with the FOMOD installer, you kind of get to simulate that for PC. For Xbox, it's going to be tough. I think for Xbox, we're going to have to do something like release an ESL with each settlement on it, and then you just pick a couple because you'll hit the script data limit. That's the only way, because I can't imagine uploading 200 individual ESL files. Like that's, maybe I'll do it. I just think that, I feel like that's going to ruin finding mods for SS2 on Xbox, because the search on Xbox is so bad that I just don't want to flood the search bar with that, because you can only get 100 entries on Xbox. So it's like a good chance I do that, and then people can't find SS2 ever again on Xbox because we flooded it with so many city plan entries. So I think we were going to have to package them up by settlement, and then they'll just be like 33 released settlements, and you just pick a couple that you can have. The problem on Xbox is it also might turn out it's like, you know what, we can't risk releasing this on Xbox, because one of the things that happens, and this happened a lot during SS1, is if you get the script data limit, what happens is you go to load your save and you just get stuck on an infinite loading screen. And so that would happen to people on Xbox, and they didn't understand what's happening. And then I would get like these really angry, like on the verge of death threats about how I destroyed their save file. And it was like, no, you just have to go reset your mod cache. But most people don't know that on Xbox. So it might just be that I decide, you know what, it's not worth releasing on Xbox. Let's just do this full mod installer. And then Xbox players, like maybe we could do something like, we'll take a winner, like we'll take the winner from every settlement, make that one pack, and that's what they get on Xbox. It's going to be something like very tame, to where we don't have to deal with creating a bunch of people feeling like they got bricked states. But huge mega pack coming for PC users. I don't know how long it's going to take still. I know Nova is almost done on the porting. And then I've just got to figure out how I'm going to package them, and then that'll take a couple of weeks after that. So it could come out in as soon as, the next month or two, but I don't know. There's so many things going on, a lot of wild cards. I got a lot of real life stuff kicking my butt, which is why I complained about insomnia earlier. So, this is a great night to have insomnia, because we're going long on chatting, and since I'm not gonna be able to sleep anyway, might as well keep talking with you guys for a little bit. Ron Stoppable. Another problem I have in every playthrough is the first time you meet Aiden. After the gunner encounter in the dialogue, Jake says that he's glad Aiden left, but he is always still there. I haven't run into that one yet. He always walks away from me. I do want to fix, I am going to change the way that scene plays out slightly. So everybody who's watched this stream remembers the hilarious moment where I accidentally left the camera equipped and I pointed it at Jake, or we pointed it at Aiden. I think, unfortunately, that feature of the player pointing the gun has to go away. There are certain legendary weapons that break that scene for players, and anybody using a scoped weapon from see-through scopes, it breaks for them. And like, I don't want that. I don't want the people to have to like uninstall mods or do a bunch of backflips to get through one of our quests, regardless of their load order or whatnot. So I think, unfortunately, I got to remove that feature. Maybe it'll be like one of those things of like, I'll put in an option in the holotape that's disabled by default that's like, allow the player to be AI controlled occasionally, and that'll take care of scenes like that, because that's how we do it. We basically turn the player into an NPC for a minute. And it usually, while they're players in NPC, they can do dialogue stuff, but in some circumstances you can't, depending on what stuff you have equipped. So I might make it an option that way, like OGs, like you guys who have been watching and everything for a long time, who like that and don't want to lose it, you'll be able to turn it back on. But for new players, it won't cause any issues for them. But I have not seen the Aiden just standing there. Unfortunately, this is why I don't rely on Bethesda AI for anything. Like, almost every time there's something that the NPC has to do, walk somewhere or whatever, we intend to put a timer in there as a fallback of like, okay, if they don't make it in this long, just do it anyway. Just make the code do it, or teleport them or something, because you just can't trust the AI to do what you tell it to in this game. Valaki, when will you start to do the Starfield settlement mod? After finishing the game once, can you use similar settlement structure like in SS2? What will be the difference? Spaceships, etc. I had no idea, because I got to see what the content of Starfield is. I have to see where my life is sitting at that point. So Sim Settlements only exists because of the time in my life that Fallout 4 came out. My life is much different now that when Starfield's going to come out, and I don't know that I can do what I did, like the amount of time it required to get spun up. I don't know that I'll be able to do that again. My wife makes fun of me that I perpetually say, when Sim Settlements 2 is finished, then this will happen. And like, oh yeah, I've heard that before, because we've been working on it for years. So I don't know that my real life is going to be in a position, because every year my kids get a little older, they need a little bit more of my time. I know that will reverse at some point, like the kids will become more self-sufficient and everything, but like right now, I'm trying to help my kid, my first kid's in school now, and trying to make sure that he's learning everything and teaching him good habits while he's young, before he starts to, before he turns into a teenager and hates me. So like that, during these formidable years, I gotta give my kids a lot of my time. When I started Sim Settlements, I had no kids, and or my kids were babies, and then so like they needed 0 of my time other than to change a diaper once in a while, and I had a lot more free time to pursue stuff like this. So we will see what happens with Starfield. I will always have some sort of game creation in my life, like whether it be modding or making my own game or being involved with it. I love it too much. But the idea of doing Sim Starfield sounds really intense right now, because like I still look at Sim Settlements and think, okay, I've got at minimum, I'm going to be involved with it for 2 more years. Like, you figure if we release Starfield sometime next year, and then, to this day, we're still dealing with bugs from Chapter 2, so I need at least a year just to get most of the quest bugs ironed out. And then there's going to be a lot of post-launch features that I'm like, well, I can't leave without getting that in. So like there's, I figure I got 2 more years of that. So like, and that's all of my time. So then it's like, when would I squeeze in Starfield? Like that's hard for me to imagine. Also hard for me to imagine if like, am I ready to commit another 8 years of my free time to this similar, cause I'm not going to go down in scope. Like every chapter I get more ambitious, every more release, cause I just want to do bigger and better things. So like, I don't know what the future is going to hold. Starfield looks incredible. I'm very, very excited. I'm sure I'm going to play it. Like I can't, like they would have to do something really dumb to make me not like that game. From what I've seen, the little bit I've seen so far, like if they suddenly announce last minute that it's an online multiplayer game that's only best experienced co-op, maybe that'll make, like, that's what happened with 76. It was like I had my hopes high at first when they first announced it was multiplayer. I was like, ugh. Then I started seeing like the gameplay stuff, like, okay, maybe that'll work, maybe that'll be cool. And then reality struck and was like, nope, this ain't working for me. Then when they did the Wastelanders patch, it was fun for a little bit, but it got to the end game grind and I was like, I'm out. I don't have time for another online service game that tries to make me play forever. So if they turn Starfield into that, I'm out, but otherwise I can't imagine not loving it and wanting to put it into my rotation of other Bethesda games. Skywise, Outcast and Remnants only mentions Fusion City and it can be ignored. It gives the best end to vanilla Fallout I've found. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I just always found it odd that it required Fusion City. I don't know, but I don't know under the hood how he's connected at all. It might have been similar to how I often have all my mods require Workshop Framework, is because there's a lot of important code and systems that are controlled by Workshop Framework that I use. Maybe he did that with Fusion City Rising. I don't know. Just always it seemed like an odd parent because the mods seem very different. Like Depravity doesn't seem like it would need anything with Fusion City. Ron Stoppel with some very little new Starfield stuff in a Q&A video they did. Okay, cool. I'll have to go check that out later. So I've also seen objective notifications for Sturgis's Quest 2 even way after it's finished. I've never seen that. Yeah, I don't know. Valaki, yes, Bethesda has a new few minutes video about Starfield. Okay, that's from earlier. Wow, I really did ramble on. These are messages. These are probably from an hour ago. You guys sent those. Chris Peterson, yes, I completed it. Often when I'm out of other parts of the Commonwealth, it pops up messages saying provide beds for Sanctuary. That's very odd. I don't know how that would happen. I mean, like, my gut says that you guys may have a mod that's edited that quest. Might want to go look into that. Like, does anybody know what quest that is? Like, if we find out what quest that is in the CK, you can run a command called SQV and then that quest name, and it will tell you if the quest is running. Because my assumption is that quest shouldn't even be running once you complete it. So it shouldn't even, like, once a quest finishes running, unless there's a checkbox in there that says allow repeated stages, unless that is checked in, the quest shouldn't be able to come back up again. So that's why I'm wondering if you guys have an edited quest or something. I would be curious if anybody knows or wants to go look up what quest that is. I'll check in my game and see if it's still running because I'm curious now. Skyways, New Vegas had a great mod on the Chain Gang. Quadabos Games did a playthrough a few months ago. You might really enjoy watching it. You know who I need to watch more videos from is Al Chessbreach. I love his stuff. The guy entertains the hell out of me. I haven't watched any of his mod playthroughs in a while. That is usually where I see. I have not watched most of his Fallout 4 mod playthroughs, but I usually watch his New Vegas playthrough because I don't play enough New Vegas to play through the mods most of the time. So he's a good source of seeing him. I haven't watched him play on the Chain Gang yet. I think he just did that series too. Danny Dane, you go through Rough 03, then take a train to New Vegas, but you can go back and forth. Okay, so that is how that works. Ron Stoppable, when Jake introduces the ASMs to me, he often just stands there and nothing happens. When the ASAM censor's own introduction lines should play, and then Jay continues as if they played. Oh, I get you. So like the censor isn't talking to you. That's odd. That's another one I haven't run into. But that could, I mean, that would make sense from the perspective of like a script lag is just botched up real bad. But I would think that early, unless you're playing in like a situation where you have a whole bunch, like an existing save, I can't see how you would have any script lag at that point. So that screams mod conflict to me. That screams mod conflict. But I do hope to speed up all those sequences so that they're a little more reliable. But it all again, we're coming down to what I talked about earlier of like one of the reasons HQ even exists is we needed a place that there were less wild cards. Like settlements are, so many mods can mess with settlements and cause AI to misbehave. And the players can too. Like we can build whatever we want in a settlement. We can make it all sorts of mucked up. Like even things like mods that pre-clean the settlement, they're gonna change the nav mesh, and you don't know what kind of problems that's gonna cause. Scry, don't worry about you ranting and missing my super chat. The donation was just a repeat message of the PC I was asking you to fix that I thought from SS2. Didn't know it was from vanilla. Ah, okay. No scope 1080. Hi King Gaff. How many recreational plots do you recommend per settlement? Would you say some types are more vital than others? That's totally up to you. The recreational are very resource intensive. They're meant to be a bonus plot. It's kind of like if you have the resources, put them in there. I tend to build like 2 or 3 happiness plots in most of my settlements just to make sure my happiness goes sky high. I want to make sure I don't have to worry about happiness. And then like you saw the way I just did it at, well, I don't know if you've been watching the whole time, at Nordhagen, I was like, okay, this is going to be a farm-centric one, so I'm going to build an endurance plot. I want all my settlers to have high endurance, so if they're working farms, they're producing extra food. Some people I know play it where they weave the training plots into their gameplay, and they play a little more focused. It's meant to be totally up to you. Like the gameplay, like I one of the things we did during our rebalance is we loosened up a lot of the numbers so that you have more freedom to kind of play how you want. I know that's not I'm sure anybody who plays on component mode says that's not true at all. And that's because component mode is meant to be really intense. But if you're playing on category, which is what most of you are playing on, you have a lot of wiggle room to play around with and decide how much you want of each thing. It basically comes down to the happiness plot. I think is a great buffer to make sure that you can keep upgrading, because as long as you have your happiness up to 80, all your plots can get to level 3. If you have it up to 90, all of if you have it 90 in your city plan settlement, it can get to level 3. So those are nice to start with. But in the early game, those stat producing plots can be pretty clutch to getting some of your settlements like on a good head start. It's also a good way if you want to build up some generic settlers to be good candidates for HQ. You can also even train unique settlers. Like you can take like Lily and get her all trained up so that by the time you get to HQ, she's just a super settler that can go work that if you want. And for chapter 3, we'll have even more mechanics that take advantage of you having the training plots. If you look at my sanctuary, I just built one of each of the training plots because I'm like, I want all my settlers here to get buff. And the only reason I stopped doing that on my other settlements is because I got focused on trying to make surplus resources, because you need a lot of them for HQ. So it really depends on, it's totally up to you. Some people just use them as flavor. Like it's like, oh, I really want, I want a shooting range over here, or I want a library over here, so I'm going to use that plot type. And like they're totally optional. So like there's the meter over there on the left with the little playing cards showing you how many people have recreational assignments, but it's an optional third assignment type. So it's like, if you want to fill it up, great, but the recreation is similar to residential in that it puts extra stress on your food and water. So the design pattern we did for simulation was, as your settlement gets more advanced and has more luxuries, it requires more defense to defend those, and your people kind of get pickier. They want they want a bigger cut, and the way they get their cut is food and water. They get to eat more, they get to drink more. So for recreational plots, we put food and water additions on them to make it that, that's what that is simulating, is the fact that as you get like your little civilization is capable of supporting superfluous things like recreation, like a bunch of high-end recreation, you're going to have to pay for it by your settlers are demanding you feed them better. So that's where the balance comes in recreation, and why you might not want to build it too much of it early. Zuri King streams, as someone who has 618 mods, your mod is working great. I have tons of quest mods and I've seen no conflicts yet. Hopefully never. That's amazing. You're also in a rare soul who can pull that off. The giant mod load order playing big quest mods. I do know one of the ways, like, if anybody's out there who like really wants to make SS2 a part of their playthrough and you're having trouble with your big mod load orders, might be worth looking into one of the popular packs, like the Wabba. I don't know if Wabbajack. I don't know if many of them include. I know at least one of them includes SS2. Several of the big. I just drew a blank what they're called. The Nexus version of the mod packs, those include SS2. Like I know Story Wealth Collection is trying to get most of the quest mods in Fallout 4 to play nice together. That might be a good place to start if that's what you're into, to try and get a stable load order to base on. Because if you start playing with one of those in your next character and you find that it works a lot better, you can kind of compare what they have versus what you had and see like the stuff that they excluded. Probably one of those was the cause of your woes. But I know we have a few people who are playing with giant load orders and can get through all of our stuff without issue. So I know there are a lot of conflicts out there, and I'd like to take care of some of them at some point. Like that has been on the back burner of like I need to start doing patching myself. I had hoped that community members would start putting out patches. It hasn't happened much yet. I know that there's there's a patch for handling like pre-combined data and stuff to help SS2 run better, and there's a patch out there for XDI, but I know some people have been having problems with that. I don't know where it stands currently, but there are some things that are super popular that I could probably fix easily with a patch that I should probably start addressing. It's just I always come down to the point of like by the time I research somebody else's mod and everything, like I could have fixed something else that's plaguing everybody, but I think it'll be to the point of like if I get it down to the dredges where like all we have left are little silly things that are more like polish issues than bugs, then it might be worth. I might turn to looking for the most common conflicts with mods and just putting out patches for them. Ron Stoppel, for Fallout 5, you need your kids to be prepared to take over for SS3. I mean, when you think about the pacing of all this, that'll be the realistic timeline, because then, like, by the time we get Fallout 5, my kids will be out of the house. They'll be adults. I'm really like my oldest keeps saying he wants to be an engineer, because I told him that that's basically what I am, like, trying to explain a software engineer to him. It's like he's not ready for that, but so he always says, I want to be an engineer. I want to be an engineer like you. So I'm hoping and he loves video games already. I've got him. We're playing through currently most of them. We're trying to play through the Mario catalog, but not every game. Like we skipped Mario 2. That was such an awkward game. So we finished Mario 1, finished Mario 2. We're playing Mario World right now. So he's really loves video games already, and he says he wants to be an engineer. So hopefully I can train a successor and make him into a little coding genius. But yeah, if I know anything about my bloodline and my family history, it's that every generation, the dad tries to teach the kid to take on this business, and the kid has other ideas, because that's what my father did when his dad tried to teach him the family business. That's what I'm doing for him now, and I'm sure my kid will do the same. Is that we each kind of like want to follow our own path. And man, my youngest, that kid is already showing he's gonna be bullheaded. He's not even trying to pretend that he wants to do what dad does. He wants to do his own thing already. So we'll see if my kids are gonna be ready to get into the family business, air quotes, of making mods. And I do big air quotes there because it is not a business. Valaki, thank you. Family is more important, but hopefully you will have some time for modding then. Yeah, I think I'll always have time. I just don't like the idea of doing something at the scope of some settlements again. I don't know if that's realistic. Donnie Dane, the way I understand it is that Fusion City Rising has a ton of scripts and assets the other mods use. Yeah, that's what I figured. That's kind of how we do it with, and I think that also Thuggy likes to make sure that all of his character, I think he has a lot of his mods have comments about the others and stuff, and since he does companions, probably has them talk to each other, and doing that without requirements would be awful, just awful. So like patching in dialogue and recognizing other characters is a real pain in the butt. To Charles Holder, a Story Wealth Collection has lots of the mods you would like to try. Yeah, Story Wealth Collection might be something I try. I've been trying, like, I haven't done it in a while. I probably should. I poked the creator of that a few times to just be like, hey, you need anything from me? You need any information? Because I would love to be, I would love to have that work. I'd love there to be a source out there. Like, that really appeals to me, that someone's taking on that effort of, like, making sure all the story mods play together. Because I think that would be a fun way for people to play years down the line. Like, I would hope to think that something like Story Wealth Collection we'll keep things going for 10 years so that people can always come back and play all the story mods together. I think that would be really cool. Let's see. Chris Peterson, only settlement mods are SS2 related. It is weird. Ginger Bearded Elf, what add-ons do you recommend the most for someone trying the mod for the first time? Thanks, excited to try it. So I would recommend the ones by people on our that are working directly on the mod to start with, just because like if they have any problems, they get first in line to get their issues fixed. So the people that are actively working on the dev team right now would be Ruined World, Ono, Pra, and XV. I'm trying to think of anybody else. Tenuvia. So any of them by those 5. I hope I'm not missing somebody. I hate when people ask me to pick favorites because I don't want to leave anybody out. But I know Sirlock is on the dev team. I know he has one out. I don't even know if he ported it or not to SS2. But those ones I just named will for sure, like they are updated. They all work perfectly with it. They'll be a good starting point. And then others, there are tons of them, tons of add-on packs. But those ones I know I would recommend. Like I think like if I had to pick one to start with, just because of I think nobody in the community, even add-on players, would get mad if I say this, but some of the most beautiful building plans you're going to find are going to be from Tenuvia and Murmuracne, and they have a giant pack. It's called Wasteland Venturers. I don't think anybody who's released would be mad at me for saying that they have some really beautiful building plans, and that might be a good place to start. If you just want to grab one to just add some new buildings to your pool. But there's so many great ones. I don't know if any ask others in the chat or whatnot if they know of any that are broken right now. Like maybe some need fixing. I'm not kind of in that loop. To avoid this problem of picking favorites, I'm likely going to, when I do my next playthrough, just install all the add-on packs, and then you guys will see a bunch of variety from them. The exception will be as if there's like something that's like I don't know if the pot one made it forward. Like that one's not my jam. I have no problem with pot culture or anything. I just feel like it doesn't feel like Fallout to me. It doesn't. It feels like they went with fake drugs. So that one I won't be into because it's not immersive enough for me. And like if anybody's got any lewd ones, I probably will skip those as well, just because I want to stream and not have to worry about the YouTube cracking down on me. But otherwise, I'll probably just install them all, just to have a lot of variety. All right, I think I'm gonna wrap it up with the questions I see on screen right now, and then I'm gonna try to sleep, and hopefully I have some better luck tonight. Chris Peterson, apparently the quest is called Sanctuary. Okay, let's check that real quick. So let's do help Sanctuary for quest. Maybe MQ 101 Sanctuary Hills. MQ 101 Sanctuary Hills. No, that's stopped. Let's try that again. It might be one of these dialogue ones that could make sense too. Quest dialogue Sanctuary Hills. Let's try that. So show quest variable dialogue Sanctuary Hills. That is running. So now we do show quest stages. Doesn't really have any stages. I'd have to check the CK to know which one it is for certain, but if it's the MQ101 one, it's shut down which was what I would expect. Ron Stubble, yeah, as I said earlier, Big Load Road, here's possibly a conflict. Sometimes it plays, sometimes not. So I'd love to have ways to force it playing. Yeah, adding ways to force that stuff to play is tricky because I don't want to inject confusing interfaces for rare issues. Like that becomes a problem there. Skywise, I thought one of each special stat training was required. Nope, you don't need to have any. The recreational are entirely optional. It is the luck plot doesn't unlock until after you've built one of the other ones, and the theater, Wasteland Theater, requires you to have a bunch. I think 10 level 3 recreational, but doesn't care which ones. So you don't have to build any of the training ones. They're all optional. Collections. That's right. That's the Nexus ones. Collections. There's a pony patch for SS2. I don't know what that is. Let's see. Sehoy, have you ever seen a problem where some of the merchant settlers don't have anything to sell, like the bookseller or the bartender? Yeah, I don't know why that is, because the code the way it's handled is, it used to be in SS1 that building designers had to remember to put a very particular piece of furniture in their design, and if they failed, then the person wouldn't do it. But now what we did is we have a dialogue catch that will make sure they can sell. The only thing I can think of is that if it's not during the vendor hours, that's a problem. So like you know, there's between, I want to say 8 and 6 in game is when vendors will sell, but sometimes they'll barter with you anyway, and if it's not during those hours, they won't have anything. Could be something like that. Like a lot of times, you know, you don't think about what time of the day it is in the game. You just say like, oh, they accepted my barter. Zuri King streams, I use address library, back a scrap heap, buff out for, yeah, that's a good, yeah, if you want to do a big loader, I'd say that's probably a good starting point. Buff out for especially, but yeah, highest, yeah, all those are great fixes to have. All right, guys. Looks like the rest of them are all just talking about stuff with my kids and everything. So I don't need to talk about that right now. You guys heard enough about that for the night. I'm gonna log off. Hopefully, get some sleep. Thank you guys for joining me and keeping the conversation live. You guys were awesome with all the questions. Hopefully, I didn't bore anybody. You guys were all right with me barely farming today. Maybe next week we'll make a little bit better progress on it. We are closing in on the finale to chapter 2, so I'm hoping we time it out right, that like I get to show off the rest of the features and fill out the rest of HQ alongside, and then, you know, like what would feel really good to me, I think, is the last episode of this playthrough is like the finale moment that many of you have seen now, and then the next week after that we kick in a new playthrough. I think that would be perfect. So maybe, I'm guessing we've got 2 or 3, maybe 4 weeks left of this playthrough, and then we're going to spin up a new one. I think we're going to play, and we're going to play through the quests again, just because it'll be a good opportunity to see, you know, how we've improved some of the bug fixes, and I can take notes on how the pacing things. I think that I might even do, I'm not sure how I want to do it. I want to do a playthrough in super easy mode and a playthrough in super hard mode. Maybe I'll start them both, and like, yeah, I don't know. We'll figure that out later. That'll probably be like based on how I'm feeling and based on community feedback of like what people are worried, or what people are saying when they see my videos. Maybe I'll do like a episode of each and see which one you guys think I should pursue. We'll figure that out later. But I think we're getting close. We're getting close to wrapping this playthrough up, so we can start another. We're gonna start another one immediately. I'm not gonna stop. Whether or not I keep doing the trimmed down episodes is questionable, because I don't know if Luke, who does the editing right now, has the time for it or not. I'll have to ask him and see if he's up for it. Because if I don't have an editor, I don't have time to trim through it. So it might be that I have to put out a call for help and see if I get another person to edit my playthroughs. Or maybe after Luke hears this, he's going to be like, what are you talking about? I'm in for good. We'll see. But yeah, we should see the end of chapter 2 on this series in the next few weeks, I think. So, all right, guys, I'm taking off. I will catch you all next Wednesday.